When placing your order by phone or on our website, why not add a small donation to a charitable cause? Collectively, the Genuine Gemstone Company are cycling 24 hours a day for 31 days, equaling the distance from our studios in Redican, England to Arusha in Tanzania, all on an exercise bike situated in our Gemstone Museum. For every £20,000 we raise, the Colourful Life Foundation will be able to build a school in the Arusha district. So this is your chance to give back to a community that provides us with so many beautiful gemstones and hopefully help us break a Guinness World Record in the process. 100% of every donation goes to the cause, so call us or visit our website to add a donation to your order today.
It is easy to donate to the charity cycle ride. Donate now by calling the contact centre or by clicking the donate option on our website. And thank you.
Join JewelleryMaker on Wednesday the 15th of January for our fashion focus show. Guest designer Natalia Coleman will be focusing on the spring collection for this year. With boutique inspiration and the must-have looks, be sure to tune in. The Fashion Focus Show, only on JewelleryMaker. If you have a question or query for JewelleryMaker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com. Tune in to the Miss It Miss Out show every day between 5 and 9 p.m. for our New Year's sale. We'll be going to low prices that you won't want to miss. All stock must go. The New Year's sale. Miss it and you'll miss out.
The JewelleryMaker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. And each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their JewelleryMaker account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Wall of Fame, the Genuine Gemstone Company, Unit 2D, Eagle Road, Moonsmote, Redditch, B989HF.
Good afternoon and welcome to Designer Inspirations. Thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. My name is Becky and our designer with the inspiration joining us this afternoon is the wonderful Nadine. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. Hi Becky, how are you as well?
Very good.
Yeah.
Now, I know that Linda's just having a little root around down there in the cupboard. You're right, Linda?
I'm going now.
She's going now. She says, I'm going now. Just getting herself back in the cupboard to nick herself some goodies. What were you trying to get? Linda, what were you trying to steal?
I was just getting what? Pardon?
What were you trying to borrow?
I was just getting Nadine some wire.
Oh, getting a bit of wire.
She was helping me.
Oh, I like that. Always helping each other here. Just helping Nadine get some wire out. So it is Nadine joining us today. Now, Nadine, I know that you know, you've not worked on this shift side that often before.
No.
So explain to people who haven't seen you that much who you are, where you come from, how long you've been here.
Right.
Like blind date.
Right. Well, I came for my screen test in November, and
Yeah.
I've done 3 shows, most of them over the Christmas period, or at weekends. So maybe people haven't all seen me yet.
Yeah.
I live in Bracknell, which is in Berkshire,
Oh, lovely.
and I tend to specialise in wire embellishments, I'd say, things that use wire. That's what I love to do, but I try different things as well. I try quite a few different media.
Wire with a little bit of extra, isn't it?
Not so much the wire weaving and wrapping that the the greats, the Lauras and Rachel.
greats.
I'm not going to compete because they're fantastic, but I do a lot of little linking and make my own findings and things like that. That's what I enjoy doing.
That's beautiful, and honestly, we have got some real treats for you this afternoon. We have got in this first kit something I have never seen in a kit before, ever. It's a jig. Now, I've never seen it in a kit before, and when you have a little look at the wonderful things Nadine has done to create it and use it, it's going to be so beautiful, the pieces you can create. And also the great thing is she's done a few diagrams for us, so after our show this afternoon, we'll be popping up some of those pictures for you to follow on Facebook, so you can really get involved as soon as you get this kit home. I have got for you today, the first hour is with Nadine, and we're going to be having a look at her beautiful creations using the jig and some stunning gemstones. After that, it's your one-stop shop. There's plenty of goodies to be had at a great price in that section. Then we'll be heading back over for some more designer inspirations for a truly exquisite cuff that we're going to be doing step by step. I've already said to Nadine, can't wait to see that because I'll be making myself some at home later because it's absolutely beautiful, just up my street. And in the final hour, we will be having our producer's pick. So my producer, I'm very lucky to have my producer as the wonderful Kirsty. Now, you will know Kirsty because she used to be a guest designer on this show, and then she was working around in other little bits and areas with JewelleryMaker. So if you ever come to workshops, you will definitely have seen her hanging around the shop, probably, doing lots of bits and bobs. She is now my producer, and we have got for the final hour all of her favourites. So she's been a guest designer, so she's going to be bringing you all of the gems that she loves, all of the pieces that she really likes to work with herself as a guest designer. So that is coming up in our final hour. And also, I don't know if you remember this, but a few weeks ago when myself and Kirsty, Tom and my camera lady Kaz were all together, we did for you the lowest price ever seen on a group of matrix boxes. We did serious discounts on them. Today, we're going to do the same, but even lower. Never seen before prices on our matrix boxes, and you know matrix boxes, they're the highest grade gemstones we can possibly bring to you, and we are going to a brand new low on those today. So you have really got some true treats, so do stay tuned. Thank you very much for joining us. If you haven't watched us before, thank you for joining us today. All you have to do when you see the goodies you love and you want, get yourself on the phone 0800 644 655 or at JewelleryMaker.com, and they'll be able to sort out your basket and work everything out and get all these goodies delivered to you. So let's begin, shall we? I'm going to do the kit for you. Now, I've already told you that we've got this real great little tool in here. This is your wire wrapping jig. This is included in your kit. Now, if you haven't worked with one of these before, do not worry, because Nadine will be going through step by step exactly how we use this. You'll see it's a little plastic jig with all these holes in. If you have a look through closely here, you'll be able to see you have a mixture of shapes just hidden behind there. They pop out and you can put them in here, any shapes that you like. It's perfect for getting symmetry and interest throughout your designs. You also get a very handy little step-by-step instruction manual in there also. So you're going to be getting this in your kit, but of course we always offer you beautiful gemstones also, and this is like no other. Not only have you got 3 beautiful strands, you've also got a deluxe gem scoop as well in this. I'll show you the strands first. In here you have 200 carats of your green aventurine in these beautiful top drill drops, and these are 10 by 8 mil. As well as that, we've got more aventurine, 190 carats worth in this. These are your graduated drops. They're from around 6 all the way to 14 mil. And finally, 380 carats of your rose quartz in these beautiful chunky rounds, 12 mil. I'm going to show you the graduation on this aventurine strand, if I may, just because I want you to have a look. It's quite unusual that we'll do graduation with round aventurine, and the graduation in this is something really special. We do it a lot with quartz, but not aventurine. And you can see the graduation in this is quite exquisite, from 6 all the way to 14 mil. So the lovely thing about this is you've also got some 12 mil in here. You can see this section here, these are your 12 mils, and that is reflecting the size of your rose quartz. So you've got real wealth of goodies in this as well. Also, you've got, I'm going to do the wire before the scoop, because you know what I'm like when I get a scoop out, I get a little bit mesmerised sometimes, don't I? You've got in here 0.8 mil silver coloured wire, and this is 10 metres worth of it. And then the scoop. Now, what did you think of the scoop when you first looked at it, Nadine?
I actually thought Christmas had come again when I opened the box. It was wonderful. I didn't expect that in the kit, and what I did with it, I loved it. I mean, the colours are just absolutely beautiful. I spread them all out and separated them.
Yeah.
And I had them in a room, and every time I walked in that room, the labradorite in the kit just had this glow, and it caught my eye.
Shimmers so
every time I walked in the room. I did love it, yes, it's beautiful.
It is a really exquisite scoop. You've got so many goodies in here. Take a look at them for me. Absolute plethora of gemstones in this scoop. Let's pick out some. Oh, this is the labradorite that Nadine was just talking about. Isn't that beautiful? This internal shimmer, this labradorescence, the blue flashes like northern lights just shimmering across. Really, truly, you know that this is a deluxe scoop when I show you gems such as this, because to find labradorites with a little bit of shimmer is it's quite normal, but to find ones with such a high grade is why we call these ones the deluxe, because we purposely source these with an extra special splash, and you've got plenty of this wonderful labradorite throughout the whole of this scoop. As well as that, you will be getting some rose quartz in here. Some of these are really large as well. Look at this one. It's a really beautiful, almost silky internal structure in this rose quartz. It's stunning. And honestly, my eyes are being drawn to the beautiful clear quartz. That is no inclusions. It's crystal clear, absolutely stunning. And you've got, oh look, the richness in colour. Dropped it. Got like an aquamarine tone to it. And look, is this look at this bright pop of green there. It's beautiful peridot in here. Oh, and what's this one? Is this citrine? Oh my goodness. Look at that burst, those whiskey tones that you've got in here. And you've got some moonstone as well. You can just see the glittering glow underneath. If I spread these out for you, just to give you a better look at how many exactly you're getting in here, because at the moment they're all layered up. But if I show you exactly how far this goes, it's such a wide amount you've got. Oh my goodness, you've got, is this fluorite? You've got some fluorite. I told you, I'm like a kid in a candy shop when it comes to these scoops. You see this beautiful fluorite with that gorgeous green banding, the purple stripes. The amount you get in here, it truly is a wealth of goodies. And as Nadine put it stunningly to us earlier, it is like getting little Christmas presents on Christmas Day. You're not totally sure what you're going to be getting. What I can tell you is that you will get the same selection of a scoop as us. So you will definitely get labradorite in there. You will definitely get your clear quartz is in there. You'll definitely get your pops, your peridots, but we can't say to you exactly how many you'll get of each. So that's why it's wonderful, because you're not totally guaranteeing 100% how much you're going to have of lots. But all I can say is, I can see in here there's a lot of aquamarine tones, a lot of your beautiful labradorite, stunning labradorite. I've got plenty of the moonstone in here as well. Absolute wonderful mix you're getting in here. So, as well as that, you've got, this is what you're getting in your entire kit. You've got that stunning deluxe scoop. You've got the beautiful wirework jig, which is really, really simple to use, and we're going to be showing exactly how to shortly. You've got your silver wire, 0.8, you've got 10 meters worth of that, and you have your 3 strands, 2 of the aventurine, 1 is a top drop, 1's a graduated round, and the 12mm rose quartz. So you're getting so many goodies in here. Let's take a look at the price. This should be £38.20 should be your price on all of this, which actually is a great deal, isn't it? Because you're getting so many gemstones in this, it's wonderful. But you're also getting the jig. I'm really excited to be able to bring this to you in a kit. I think it's a wonderful way to get yourself started and get yourself playing, because if you have got a jig, haven't got a jig yet, and perhaps you're not really sure how to use it, and we're going to go through step by step exactly what you can do with it. How do you feel about a tenner off this? £38.20 is what it should be. However, designer inspiration, we like to go a step better. £27.95, that's over a £10 saving for you, 11 to be precise. What a great deal that is for you today, and it's lovely that I'm able to bring to you step-by-step instructions from the wonderful Nadine of how exactly she's creating some stunning pieces in here. Nadine, did you have anything left over? Did you use all of the gemstones?
I had quite a few left over, yes. Yep. I've got them on the tray.
Oh, beautiful. We'll come and have a little nosy at those in a moment then.
Yep.
So all of this is yours today for a whopping £11 saving. So get your hands on that now. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Are you excited about today?
Yes, yeah, looking forward to it.
Wonderful. So have you used a jig before you did this, got this kit?
I have, well, my history with the jig is I've really tried it, but not really got on with it 100%, and this time I decided to have a go, and by using a different type of wire, it seemed to work better for me. I say I haven't got on with it, I have got on with it, but I've never really known what to do with it. And this challenge made me think, right, I'm going to make a necklace using it. And it is so straightforward.
It's really simple to do, isn't it?
Yes, and it's good fun because there's so many different designs you can come up with. And you just play with it and see where it takes you.
I love that. That's always a great thing about jewellery making, isn't it? Now, not only are you getting a whopping £11 off this, but you have a chance to win some of beautiful Nadine's stunning pieces. Whoever buys this designer inspiration kit, you will be entered into a random prize draw, and you get the chance to win an item of this beautiful jewellery you can see here today. And is it this one that we're giving away?
I think it's that one.
This one.
Yeah, I think so.
So you've got a chance to win this beautiful necklace, but also you get a full set with this beautiful pair of earrings as well. So all you have to do is get yourself a whopping £11 saving by purchasing this kit with us today. You'll be entered into a prize draw, and you've got the chance to winning this set of beautiful jewellery. What I would say to you though is, right at this very moment in time, I've just been told I have 50 of these kits left. That's all I have. I've already got quite a chunk of those gone. So I've only got 50 of these left, which means get in now quickly so you have the chance to make a massive £11 saving and also can win 2 of these beautiful creations that we've seen made here by Nadine. Now Nadine, you're going to show us to make a different one today, aren't you? Is it this one you're going to be showing us to make?
Well, I'll show you the different links from all of them if I can, including the bracelet.
Beautiful.
Because what I did is I divided up the luxury strand.
Yes.
And made some things from that. I made some earrings from both. You can mix them and match them as well, but because I divided them up into colours, I decided to use them in blocks of colour, which I did with that bracelet at the front.
That's stunning.
And I've still got all these left.
You've got plenty left.
Loads left, a whole bag.
You really do have loads left in there. Show you all these goodies, look.
And that's having made the earrings, the necklace and the bracelet.
Absolutely
It
plenty
goes a long way.
left.
And this is what I've got left on that kit as well.
And these as well. That I just showed you then was just the scoop, but you've got all of this left as well. So you could easily make yourself another necklace and bracelet, couldn't you?
Yeah, easily.
Wonderful. So whereabouts are we going to start with this?
Right, I thought the best place to start with the links, the jig links.
Okay.
Because mostly it's a very simple technique of looping, linking things together once you've done the links. So I would suggest you do all the links up front and then you can piece it together. Do the beads, do the links, and then it's just jump rings connecting them.
Connecting it together.
So
wonderful.
I did 1, 2, 3. I think I did 6 of these links here.
6 of the connectors that we're going to show you how to make now.
This one here. I'll pop it down and then you can see it in full. That link there.
Yeah.
And that was the main link for that first necklace.
Okay.
Now when I say I experimented a bit with the jig, is when I first got it, and I think perhaps it's a natural thing, you use lower wire, 0.4, 0.6.
Just to give it a go.
Yeah, you think that'll be the best, but actually for me the stronger wire works better. It holds its shape, but it's easier to wrap around and to make sure that it holds its shape on the jig as you're wrapping.
That's really interesting, because you would think it the other way, but the strength actually works as a benefit in this way.
Yeah,
That's
so
great.
when I say I probably played around with the jig before, I used to make things, but I was never as happy with them as I am now. I'm using the 0.8, which is why this kit has got 0.8 in it.
That's great.
And it even makes tiny little links like that as well. Don't know.
That's adorable. I like
So
this.
it's exactly the same style, it's just a lot smaller.
It's just a slightly smaller link. So this is the baby link. And that is the mummy link.
And it's exactly the same. And it is easy enough to do. Obviously with the little one you have to kind of hold it on the top and get your fingers out of the way, because I hold it on the reel when I do this, but it's entirely up to you. If you want to cut a length off, it might be easier.
Can you just, do you mind if I just ask you how you set this up first off? Just if someone's bought the kit now and thought, I've no idea how to set up my jig, just give us a quick chat through that first.
The pattern is actually almost 2 downward arrowheads, 2 arrow tips coming down.
Yeah, I can
You've
see.
got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5.
I see.
So there's 10 pieces altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you
I've
get
done
all
a
the
diagram which is going to be put on
Facebook
as well. So there is a gap. Now for the big one, there's a gap between the pegs. For the little one, there's no gaps at all.
You've just kept them together.
Just the same pattern, but close in.
I see. And you get all these little nut type things in your jig, and you really simply just place them in the holes where you would like to put them.
Yeah, and you get bigger ones as well. 2 medium and 1 big one. So that's very versatile. You can do all sorts with it.
Yes.
Now I put a loop on the end of the wire and I lift the first peg up and put the can't see to do it now.
And put it back in.
And put it back in with the wire on. Put the wire on first. Put it back in with the wire on. Now, don't do what I do, which is at the end, it's easy to lift off except for that first peg. That first peg will still be attached to the wire.
Yes.
I have lost so many as they flick out.
Cling
so
away.
Hold them as you take it out is my tip there. Now what we're doing, actually I'm going to start at the other side because I'd probably be better to show it that side. What we're doing is, I'm just going to use the pattern as well. It's sorry about this. I'm going to have it that way.
It's okay.
So have the wire facing towards the outside of the pegs when you start, because the first move you're going to do is pull it down and around the next peg on the outside.
Yes.
It's sort of going outside, inside, so it's sort of an S shape.
S shapes.
As you go along, figure of 8 almost. Then you take it up to the one at the top, having gone round the outside. Bring it down, pulling the tension, which is where the 0.8 is absolutely brilliant. Now you're always working in front of the peg towards you. It's quite hard to explain it, but you're always coming towards you and round the peg and up, back, around in a figure of 8.
I see.
Is that? No, I'll stop in a second and just show where I've got to. So you've come down and up and round, down and round and down, and you're going to come to the right hand side as you come towards you. That's in front of the peg each time.
Okay, yeah.
Pulling it in the direction you're going, really. It's always going around the peg in the direction you're heading. So it will be, it's gone round the middle one and it goes up again to the next. Oh, I've gone wrong somewhere, hang on. Up, round. Sorry, I've gone wrong, it's hard to explain. If you do go wrong like I have, it's not a dire problem. You can straighten the wire and start again. So right, I've gone up to the middle.
So when you lay out your 2 triangles, so you've got 2 triangles pointing in the same direction like this. And then what you do is you go to each of the triangles in turn. So you start on the top triangle, go to the bottom triangle, top triangle, bottom triangle. And that's how you get this beautiful spiral effect,
that's right.
isn't it?
I've done the diagram because it's easy to do what I just did, which was, again, it would be a pattern that would work. It's just I'm trying to show you this exact pattern.
Yes.
If you do something different, it would probably be just as good, if not better.
Yes.
So it's not a real problem on the first one. Then once you've got the first one, you've got your pattern sorted. What I did is I tried to go up again. So start at the top, come round the outside into the middle, back to the outside, and then straight down to the bottom on this one, because we need to bring that bottom one in before we go up back to the middle. So you're just really the same pattern, but if you turn the jig, it starts to make a lot more sense. And this little jig is perfect for that, because you can actually turn it as you move. So I'm just following that pattern.
This is the pattern we're going to pop up on our Facebook page. If you are on Facebook, just go type in the search and go to JewelleryMaker and you'll see our logo, and this will be up on there after our show today, but I thought I'd just show you it now so you can get an idea of what we'll have up on there for you to have a little play with later on.
Right, so push it down with the pliers to make it flat if it's popping up. So I'll just take you through once more what I did with the wire. I'll follow the path.
Yeah.
So we start here, we go from this first peg, round the inside of that and up into the top one.
Yeah.
Round the inside, down.
If you can just tilt it around a little bit for us, that's great.
Sorry.
No, it's all right, don't be silly.
Right,
no, it's because we've got 2 different cameras. It's very confusing. I get confused as well.
Well, I'm trying to focus on the wire as well. So it comes round the outside, goes straight down to the bottom, and then it comes back up to the middle.
Yeah.
So it's the same. It's outside, inside, outside, inside. No, outside, inside, outside, outside.
Yeah.
Outside, and then it comes back into the middle. So it is a slightly different pattern to the going across all the time. So follow it from here, down and round, around, around, and then down to the bottom, up to the middle, around, 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 around.
I see.
So it's going with the wire, and as I say, that's a pattern I came up with, but there are other patterns as well.
It's great because you have got the versatility, and sorry to reach across, how rude, but I just want to show everyone at home, we've used the little sort of nuts that you get in here, but you've got a real range of sizes. You've got these larger ones as well, and you've got medium-sized ones, you've got slightly smaller ones, not just the little ones that we're using. So it truly is. It's really versatile, great for experimentation.
Oh
isn't
yes, and you can actually do like connectors with it as well. With the big ones, you can maybe spiral wire around it a couple of times and make a nice connector. Maybe going to a little one as well. So you've got your loops and your connectors.
You can do a lot,
Perfect
can't
for that.
you?
Yes.
Definitely, and wire calligraphy as well you can do with it, can't you?
Yeah.
It's beautiful. So much fun you can have with this. It is an £11 saving. I've got almost half of my stock gone on it, and don't forget you have got the chance to win this stunning necklace, really bejewelled, I love that, and this pair of matching earrings. All you have to do is purchase this kit, you'll be entered into a lucky draw, and you can get this and this pair of earrings winging their way to you.
That's right. It's good. It's lovely, lovely kit. I love it.
I'm glad you had fun with it.
Yeah, because with the different shapes as well, the top drilled ones, it makes it quite fun.
Yeah, I like that.
So I snip very close to where the wires cross, making sure you only snip the top one. Just snip it.
So you're just snipping the one that's attached to the reel.
Yeah. So there's your piece. And it doesn't have to be that shape. You can do all different shapes, anything you really want.
This is the one we've just created now on this piece, and you can really see now exactly what Nadine's saying with this figure of 8 coming up, around and across and then down.
As I say, that's the way I do it. You'll probably find other ways, easier ways.
I think that's a really pretty way
really
of doing it though.
And
So it
then
looks
just
beautiful on
squash
this.
with the pliers to flatten, but be careful because where the wire bends, you don't want to put too much pressure, but I just flatten it down. And
could you hammer this a little bit if you wanted to? Obviously not where they cross.
Yeah, I mean, it would be hard to hammer, but you could get the bits, but I wouldn't where they cross.
No.
It does weaken wire, but
To get a bit of texture if you wanted.
you could get in, but you have to be careful of your fingers because it's very small.
Definitely, that's a very good tip. Very good tip. Wonderful. So this is how we create these beautiful connectors. And how many did you say you'd made of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 by the looks of it.
Oh yes, I missed the ones on the bottom. So what I did is
9. Sorry, I'm lying. It's 9. I've just found another
that
one.
one's popped up. They do sit straight. What I did is I did the 9 with the beads in between first, and then I put the little flowers in afterwards. They're a higher level up. Because when I looked at it, I thought, I want to have something more than just a plain necklace, but it was already quite long, and I thought, well, why don't I connect across the top instead? And that's how that came about.
I think that's a really pretty little detail, and I love how it creates this heart shape as well in this section.
Yes.
I think that's really pretty.
Yeah, it does work out well. Now, do you want me to show you the flower?
Yes, that would be lovely. So we're going to be seeing how to make these beautiful little flowers here now.
Now, everything else I've made is this pattern.
If I just flatten this down before, there we go. See it a bit better now.
I'll do a large one to show.
So for this one, you've used the little nuts again.
Right, I have. I've done the same size, the small ones, and I'll just replace that with that. I've done a diamond or a square on its side, and that's the same pattern I've used for everything, for the ones with the flower in the centre and for the connectors on the other necklace. It's exactly the same, and you've got two ways of working this. Same pattern. You can go with the swirls on the outside, which make the pattern I did for the connectors and the flower, or you can go with the pattern on the inside, which makes a nice connector. It's exactly the same.
But they look completely different.
Yes, but they are the same.
This just goes to show exactly what Nadine was saying earlier about the versatility. It's exactly the same pattern, but on this one we've gone around the outside, this one it's the inside. They're lovely connectors. I think they're both really pretty.
And it just adds that detail to your jewellery that makes it special. So again, start with a loop. It doesn't have to be a perfect loop at this stage. You can close it later. Now, I think I prefer to actually, on these, you're going to be coming to the same point, and I prefer to come back and do a second loop over that first peg, but that's preference.
Is that just to give it a bit of strength or to finish the look
It makes it look finished, because if you cut the wire otherwise you've got a piece of loose wire, and I have seen that done, but I prefer to do a second link. Then you can use it at the point the two pieces come together, you can use it to connect up.
Wonderful.
And just put your links in. Right, so it's looking at it, you're either going to go around the outside or go around the inside. And
so if you go around the outside, you'll get this look, and then if you go around the inside, you'll get this one.
That's right. Now to get it with the flower, you have to cut it off the reel.
Inside,
Yeah,
outside.
I'm going to do it with a large flower, and I'll do the outside. Let me make sure I've got enough wire.
So you're cutting off at this point for this one?
I am, because I have to thread a bead on. So I'll pop. Oh, that'll look good. I haven't used that bead at all. I'm going to do a very large bead in the middle of this.
This is the Adventurine. What do you think of the gemstones in this?
Yes, I love Adventurine anyway. And in terms of what they do, sometimes when they link it to properties and things, they say it's for success, Adventurine.
Oh, seriously?
So it's a good one to pop in your pocket when you go to meetings in business.
It's a good
and
one
things.
to be strewn in, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It gives you confidence, I guess. But the colours are beautiful. I love the greens and things like that. I love those colours. Well, just take your time to make sure you're on the right peg. And then, actually no, that bead's going to be, I was trying to go for a big bead. I think I'm going to go for a little bit smaller. I've used up the medium size, which is the one I used in that necklace, so
I see.
the small ones rather, so I'll do it with this. All the ones I did with the flower were small, and the two earrings big.
You've got plenty of each size, haven't you? Although it is graduated.
Got masses, masses of gemstones. Right, so you, with the bead attached, you go around the first link on the outside. This bead isn't going to fit perfectly because I used a bigger quartz. I haven't got one. Oh yeah, I've got the rose quartz there. I could have done it. And this will show you what's happening around the outside each time. Around the outside.
And you do a full loop around each one in this instance, don't you?
Full loop right around the outside of each, and if it starts to come up, I think the
squidge.
Press it down, and these are the best ones to do it with, the round nose. And you come up to the top, and I always go round that last loop a second time. There we are. Now the bead is sitting at the top in this one because it's a smaller bead, so you can move it down a little bit and jiggle with it. But that's the basis for your flower. I mean, I've done that quickly, but squash it all together. And because you've done an extra loop, I leave it, and it gives you an extra petal to your flower.
That's
That's
nice.
not as neat as I would want it to be.
But you are rushed, and it is live TV. So if you have more time at home, you can take your time over it a little bit more.
So I would then cut it at the point it crosses that last link, giving you an extra link. But when you want to use it as a connector, you can put the two links together. You've got a strong connector with a jump ring.
I see. Brilliant.
That's how I do that.
That's great.
Now that's one. Here's one I made earlier just to show it really can look quite pretty.
That's beautiful.
So that's the idea of it.
That's stunning. And it's really, really pretty, and it's got almost a sort of quite an ornate look to it, hasn't it? But it's really beautiful with the subtlety of the aventurine.
That's right. Yes. Yeah, I think they're a lovely colour to use with silver, the greens and the pinks.
Definitely. So those are your connectors for the beautiful little flowers on here.
Yep.
And then what section do we do after this?
And the earrings. Same technique for the earrings
Oh, and
as well.
the earrings, yes indeed. These earrings that you have the chance of winning. If you purchase this kit, you'll be entered into a prize draw to win these earrings and the beautiful necklace too. So that's with the same technique that we've just shown you there.
Now to do the beads, I did, just move those. What I used is, because you can wrap, these are just wrap loops around the beads. You can use 0.8, and I think I did on the necklace, but what I'm showing you is with I'll show you with 0.6 today because it's easier to demonstrate. But I also used, on the small one, I used the wire from the jig, because it goes through the Gems of Distinction, that pack, the deluxe section,
Yeah.
and you could use it on this big one as well. Because they're wrapped loops, they don't have to be as strong.
I see.
So
Because you do get wire
show
in
you
that
one.
jig as well.
yeah, let me show you on the 0.4, because I think it was 0.4 in the jig. It's
Yes.
similar anyway. It's that sort
it's
of.
a thin, it's a golden colour you get as well, isn't it, I think?
You get gold and silver. You get both.
Oh yes, you do. You get a double
It's
up.
really good.
But yeah, it looks like a 4, doesn't it?
It does.
You do get 2 lengths of wire in here. You get the golden colour, you might be able to see it on here. You get the golden colour and the silver colour wire in the jig, as well as the 0.8 you get. You'll see there's the gold and the silver wire through there. So that's great for your Gems of Distinction, your beautiful deluxe scoop.
Yeah, they fit on, no problem at all.
That's great.
So that's good. A standard wrapped loop, take the wire in the pliers, bend it over, take the pliers out so that you've got some leverage, and then at this point to do it, I often hold it with flat nose, hold the loop, and then you have more leverage to do a neat wrap there.
Yeah.
That's one end. Cut your wire with enough to do the same procedure at the other side. Pop on your bead. And then just take the pliers, do the same thing. A short way from the bead because you want to wrap back over. So bend the wire over, take it out. And again, you don't have to actually, I'll show you by doing it. You could just do it by holding it there with your hands as well as the pliers. Make the loops the same so they face the same way, and that's your wrapped loop, and that's a very strong connector. You can
And to create this piece, I've just counted them up then, we've done 10 of these, the wrap loop gemstones on here. We've done 10. We've done 4 around each side, and then there's 2 at the base, just to start this beautiful heart shape.
Sorry, I had to get mine. I know mine snip right at the end. Those ones weren't letting me snip at the end. So there we go. Let's snip it in at the end. And there's your bead with the wrapped loop. And what you're going to do is connect it on to here. And this is where the jig pieces are great because you can open them like a jump ring.
That's good.
So like a gate, not pulling it forwards, just sideways like a gate. Pop your bead on and close the gate. And that's your connector in place.
Easy.
So you don't need jump rings on this one. And
That's
you can do the
handy.
same with all of them, except the flower. I think I had to connect the flower with a jump ring.
So the
From one to
flowers
the
that you
other.
have in here, for the flower section, you've got 4 of the flowers for this section, all attached to each other with the jump rings. I think you can see that. And then the bottom one, that flower as well, is attached with a jump ring. But all of the rest of it is really simply just using the jig almost V shapes that you've created and just
That's
opening
right.
those up at each end.
So what you do is you do all your links with your beads across. I'll just show you a few. Don't want to take. So
It's quite nice when you do it in this way, I always think, when you get all the bits together and then link it all together, because you can play with it then, can't you? But also you get in the rhythm, don't you?
yes,
Of doing the sections.
yeah, it's that's I think I'm having a lot of luck today. The 0.4 wire is. There, so that's how you link those together. You then carry on linking more of these. I'll just do that. And then when you've got that piece sorted and you want to put your flowers on, there we go. You want to put your flowers on, you link the flowers directly onto the end of that jig and come across like this, linking with jump rings. Do you want me to
see.
show that, or
That's
do you think
really simple. That's really, I love that technique because it's such an easy thing to do, but when you put it together, it's a really standout piece, isn't it?
Yeah. And the bottom is just another little flower, and that's connected with a jump ring to the bottom there. So I think that probably is. I think that's probably all enough to show people without linking it, because it's jump rings, because I do want to try and show them how to do these.
Definitely, the beautiful little sections. Whilst you're setting up to do these sections for us, just quickly show everyone the back and how we've linked this at the back. Is this with your 0.8 again?
Yeah, a hook. All
So
with the
you've created a
0.8.
hook
It's all
with
with
that.
wire from the kit. Everything I made was using the wire from the kit, whether it was with the jig wire or the 0.8.
The 0.8 you got.
And the small one was with the jig wire because they're smaller gemstones.
Sorry, Kirsty, can you say that to me again, Sweet Pea? Yep, I'll count this up for you. We've made, I don't know why I say that. We've made, it's quite clearly not me, is it? I haven't done any of this, it's obviously Nadine. We have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces with this, and you still had all those plenty of goodies left, didn't you?
Yep, loads left.
And it's wonderful as well because in this kit, which is unlike any other kit I've ever brought to you before, you've got, you know, even when you do use up all of your wire, all of your gemstones, all of the beautiful deluxe scoop you get, the extra wire that you're given in the thing, you've still got your jig that'll last you. So it's really nice that even when you do use up the goodies in this kit, you've then still got your jig that you'll have for years and years and create wonderful pieces with. It's an £11 saving on this today, and you have the opportunity to win the beautiful necklace with this grape-like effect hanging down from the bottom.
Oh,
It's
I
really
need to show
pretty.
that as well, don't I?
And the pair of earrings that you'll see at the front with the stunning rose quartz. You have the chance of winning that also today. So you could essentially have a double win, £11 saving and 2 pieces of jewellery.
Just threading different ones on here to just.
So this is on with your 0.4, you do get the thinner wire in with your jig as well.
You do. I'm just putting a selection on for demo purposes. And what I do here is I do a bit of a wrapped loop because we're dealing with very, very thin wire.
Yeah.
So pop that on the jig, and I'm going to cut it off actually because that'll make it easier to do. Pop it on the jig, which is shaped like 2 arrowheads facing away from each other.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter the distance, it depends how many beads you want to be in the middle. So you have 1, 2, 3 at one end and 1, 2, 3 at the other.
Yeah, I see.
Yep. And start on the side one and wrap around the middle one, and wrap around the other end. So you've wrapped all 3, so you've gone side, middle, side. And now your beads are going to want to come back through the middle, so I go back up and round the middle, but I do cross over, so you've got a nice little design feature where the wires sort of do a bit of a teardrop shape.
Beautiful.
Then you push your beads down. These are pre-threaded. Push your beads down. You'll have measured up and see how many you want at this stage. If for any reason you've got too many or too few, you can soon move the pegs at this point so that you're getting the right shape, which I'll do that because that's a bit shorter. So just to show you, you can adjust and go round the middle first to anchor the beads, then go round to the side. It doesn't matter which way the wire goes.
Yeah.
And then back up to the middle, but go the other way up to the middle. So again, you get a bit of a design feature, a little cross. And then just anchor it on the further side. And that's that done. I go around 2 or 3 times on the last one.
Just to give it the extra
Just to
bit.
give it the extra. Then lift off the pegs and you've got that rather unusual little, I think somebody said they're like water boatmen.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean, yeah.
Pegs can be a bit fiddly to get off sometimes.
And this is the bracelet. I've just put it on because you know what I'm like.
And I just did a little dangle. That's just a loop of wire.
So gorgeous.
And those little links are strong to link up because you've got no ends of wire where you're actually linking between the two.
Yeah.
So it's strong, even though it's 0.4.
It's wonderful, isn't it?
I quite like that.
I think it's gorgeous.
And it's adjustable because you can
Yes,
use
it
it
is.
any length, yes.
Because I've got the hooking quite far over. I've got a bit of a scrawny wrist, to be honest.
I'll have to remember that.
Yes, please do. So you can, this is completely adjustable. So if you want a long drop, that's how I've got it, so in this manner. But you can put this wherever, the link to loop it on wherever you like.
And I say, just play with the jig because there's so many things you can do with it. It's an amazing piece of kit. I love it. You're going to see a lot more jig things from me, I think.
Yes, good. They are good fun, aren't they? And even if you are new to it, because you've just shown us there how simple it can be.
It takes a little bit of practice. It can be a bit fiddly, but it's fun. And that's the main thing.
The amount
And
you can create.
Just get comfortable with your own style with it, is what I'd say.
Definitely.
Now the last thing to show you is the cluster. If I've got, how long have we got left?
No, you're all right. You've got about 9 minutes.
Oh, whizzing through.
So this is to do the grape cluster, isn't it? Am I right in saying that?
Yes.
Yes. So on this necklace, you have the chance of winning at home when you purchase this bundle today. We're going to show you how she's managed to create this drop. Now, when we were talking earlier, Nadine, you were saying that you were thinking of doing a bit of a beady bead, but then you changed your mind for this. And
Yes,
what
I
made
did.
you change your mind?
Well, that's the beady bead. So a standard beady bead looks like that. And that was what I was going to do.
This is with the top drilled adventurine, isn't
Top
it?
drilled adventurine using 12. It's a standard ladder where you thread on 3 and cross through the 4th, and then you add on 3 each time, crossing through.
Yeah.
So you get the ladder, and I think that's in the starter booklet or something anyway, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I thought, well, that's all right, but it's a bit bulky. I didn't want it. I wanted it to look a bit more like a bunch of grapes. I just thought it looked more fun.
Yeah.
So I did almost the same technique, but using 9.
So
and I
9
just went
of
through
the-
every third. I'm going to have to find some beading thread, actually. I don't have any.
I will find you some whilst you settle. Let's have a little look. No, I can't see any.
I can do it on 0.4 wire, I think.
Can you? I've got some nylon cord.
That won't go through.
No. What about a bit of monofilament?
Yeah, that should work.
Oh, hang on, I've got some beading thread. Here it is, that's beading thread for you. The only problem is, it is actually attached under the desk, so you'll have to snip it off. Because as opposed to
beading
grabbing the actual roll, I did the standard, just keep going till you've got enough.
She's mad. But very
you.
useful, thank you. That's great.
Okay.
So in this case, I took a similar technique. I've just made it up as I went along on this one.
Okay.
And I threaded on 3. And I thought at this point you'd put a 4th on and go back through. So what happens if I go back through 3rd? Which is what I did with this extraordinarily long length of beading thread.
Just move this out of the way. Don't want you to knock it off. There we go.
So I go back through the 3rd. Pulled it together and I thought, oh, I've got a triangle, I like that.
Yeah.
So I did the same again. 1, 2, 3, going back again through the 3rd. And when I say back again, it means taking the other thread and going the other way through the last bead. So you're crossing over.
I can see, yeah.
Playing hard games. Thread. Then pulling it together. I thought, oh, it's getting to be like I wanted it to be, but not quite enough, so I did a final 3. And that's it.
And so it's similar to the beady bead technique, but you've got the slight twist on it. It's not as many.
It's not as many. It gives you more of a cluster that drops down a sort of triangular cluster rather than a square cluster.
I see.
If that kind of
No, it does. It makes
makes
sense.
sense, because the
Definitely.
beady bead's quite chunky and it's lovely. I love doing them. But the effect is quite different when you just use 9, and you're each time going through the third, so that you don't start on a different number.
I see.
And that's your cluster. And then I just tied it up, crimped it. There, the difference is quite noticeable, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll show you the difference if that's okay. So this is the technique we've just shown you with the cluster, always, as she said, grape-like vine effect. And then this one that I'm holding here is the beaded bead effect with the aventurine. So you can see there really is a difference there, isn't there? A bit more chunky,
Yeah.
the beaded bead, isn't it?
And I think these 9 together would look great on a pair of earrings, and they're not too heavy.
They're really not, no.
They're not, because that's the 9, yeah.
That's a beautiful idea. So you've managed to create all of these pieces, including, this is so beautiful,
Oh yeah.
so dainty, really high-end gemstones on this stunning necklace here. This is just from your deluxe scoop, isn't
Yeah,
it?
definitely. Nothing else used apart from the chain, which I had in my stash,
Yeah.
and jump rings to attach. And it's threading on as many as you want. I think I used 4 on most of them.
Yeah.
And I tried to pick some interesting shapes as well, because you could do, I mean, the earrings I've made, I've picked almost matching. So you can do earrings with this box because you get enough shapes that are similar.
Yes.
But I went for the ones that were a little bit different, just to give some texture to it.
Yeah.
Strung them onto the wire that came with the jig, and looped the end to give it stability. Not just a single loop, but a wrapped loop. Not a wrapped loop, a spiral.
A spiral
small
loop.
spiral. And the same at the top. Again, for stability, I did a kind of wrap loop at the top and popped it onto a jump ring and onto a chain. And then just threaded them every so many links, just to get that even drop.
I think you've demonstrated perfectly to the people at home just how much symmetry and how many of each gemstone you actually do get in the scoop.
Oh yeah.
Because you've managed to put the sections together beautifully.
Yeah. You could do that. Oh, sort of. I think it was. I'm not sure which designer it was. Somebody mentioned chakra the other day.
Yes,
And
that
it's
was
very
with
similar.
me, and it was Sarah
Oh,
Green.
Sarah, wasn't it? Yes.
was talking
It's
about
a very similar idea where you graduate the different stones coming down. With these, will have different properties to the chakra one, but
yes.
you could wear them for their benefits as gemstones as well as the colour.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a really, really simple but really beautiful, elegant technique, isn't it?
Thank you. Yeah.
So you've seen the goodies. You've got in here an £11 saving. It should have been £38.95, but until today, Nadine showed us some of her beautiful designs. If you've managed to get your hands on this, congratulations, and I have my fingers crossed that one of you gets to take home these beautiful pair of jewellery designed with this necklace and the earrings. All you have to do is purchase the kit, and one of you will be picked at random to get your hands on those goodies.
It's a good price, isn't it?
It's a really good price.
lovely.
Very good. Which part of it do you think sort of sparked your imagination the most of this?
Well, the first thing in terms of that was when I got that strand, deluxe strand. I mean, that was
The
just,
scoop.
Yes.
Yeah.
Strand scoop. Yes. Oh, that was just like, oh, I can really play with these. But I think just the jig and playing with the jig and then blending the gemstones in, I think it was all really lovely. I loved it all.
That's wonderful. I like
Well-
it is great when you get the scoop to play and have a bit of fun, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. And I do love rose quartz. I really do.
What is it about rose quartz that you love so much?
It's the colour. I think it's just feminine and it's gentle and it blends with so many other things.
Yeah. It is really charming.
Because I've used a little rose quartz cluster there. That's just loops
I
linking
see.
together. But that, to me, breaks the green but brings in the focus between the two. It works perfectly, green and pink.
It does. It mixes really well, doesn't it?
I love it.
Now, Nadine is going to be here with us for, well, until 5 o'clock, until the end of the show. We're going to be heading over to her really, really shortly to do her cuff. And because we've got her for so long, you know what we're like? We like to keep them on the toes and ask them some questions. So please do message in your questions. All you have to do is message in at JewelleryMaker.com. You'll see a little box that says send a message to the studio, and you can do it that way. However, you can text in also. Start your text with JM Studio, that's one word, 60777. Any questions you might have to do with Nadine's inspiration, to do with other pieces she's created with us in the past, or anything that you've seen today, do message in. We've actually just had a message in now already. Let's get this one up. This says, you can message in at any point of the day, and we will be heading over in our final hour to have a little chat with Nadine when your challenge comes. You've got a challenge coming in a little bit. How exciting. Go on, say this to me, Kirsty. Kirsty's saying the gremlins are in. Read it out to me. It says, can you also fasten gems into each of the loops? Who's that from? Jane's in London. Thank you very much for sending that in. So in each of these loops, could you pop gemstones in there?
You could, I would imagine you could put seed beads as you're working, thread them on first, like I did with the demo for the bracelet. Thread the beads on and bring them down as you bring them around the loop. Yeah, no reason why you
Bring
can't.
them down one at a time?
Yeah, one at a time as you're working around the loops. But have a go and let me know.
That's a really good idea.
It is a good idea. It's a brilliant idea. And certainly in between, you'd have to do the loops bigger. Obviously, if they had a bead on, they'd have to be a lot bigger. But again, the jig will let you do that. You don't have to work to it. You can work with the bead around the peg so that you've got bigger loops with a bead on, or you could pop them in between. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sending in that question. I think that's a really good idea. I'm just going to go grab something. Do you know any good jokes, Nadine?
Oh.
No.
Not that I can tell on air anyway.
Oh, Nadine, you cheeky one. I just wanted to show people this because this is what we're going to show them in a little bit, isn't it? And I fell in love with this earlier on. I cannot wait for this demo because truly I'm going to have a go at this later on. This is going to be our 3 o'clock hour demonstration. Isn't it so beautiful? This is a cuff, and you are going to be shown exactly how to make this. Oh well, I best put it on, hadn't I? I've already had it on today, I won't lie. You have also got the chance at 3 o'clock to not only learn how to make this and own all of these stunning gemstones, but you also have the chance to win this cuff as well. That's coming up for you at 3 o'clock. I think it's so beautiful. Oh. So very me, very me. And I'm going to be helping you out doing bits of this as well, aren't I? I'm going to have a bit of a go.
Definitely.
Have a bit of a go. You know what I'm like? I can't help myself. I just love doing it. So I have got coming up for you after this very short break, our one-stop shop. You've got some gemstones in there that I've never ever brought to you before, and of course you have great deals, including some of those never been so low matrix boxes coming up for you. And do not forget, send in more questions for Nadine, and we will see you after this very short break. See you then.
Tune in to the Miss It Miss Out show every day between 5 and 9 p.m. for our New Year's sale. We'll be going to low prices that you won't want to miss. All stock must go. The New Year's sale. Miss it and you'll miss out. Join Jewellery Maker and specialist guest designer Louise Jacobson for our basic wirework course. This class is suitable for complete beginners who wish to learn simple wire wrapping techniques to create stunning structural designs. Louise will teach you all the essential skills to get started, including basic spirals, double connectors and much more. The full course includes a range of different wire gauges, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters, and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker, bringing out the designer in you.
It's the Wirework for Beginners course that I'm on today with Louise. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. It's been a wonderful course, starting from very basics. Every question that we had for Louise, she's answered, and it's been a marvellous education in learning to do things with wirework.
JewelleryMaker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Take a bead of your choice and thread onto a head pin. Using your round nose pliers, hold the head pin at the base of the bead and make a right angle. Adjusting your pliers, bend the wire back towards you. Again, adjust your pliers and start to wrap the head pin around the neck of the loop you have created. You can either continue to wrap or using your wire cutter snip off any unwanted excess. Then your wrapped loop will be completed.
Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Thank you for watching us this afternoon. My name is Becky. We are joined by Nadine, and of course we need to set her off her challenge, don't we? This is our one-stop shop, and in this time we've got so many goodies for you, including a gemstone that I'd never heard of until yesterday. So I'm going to be bringing you a real treat with this. It's such a stunning gemstone. Take a little look at this for me. This is your Sillimanite. Did I say that right, producer Kirsty? Yes. Sillimanite. This is the gemstone that I've got coming up for you. It's genuinely, it's almost got this pearlescence effect to it. This is coming out as a star buy for you, coming up in the next hour or so. And I've also got as another star buy a beautiful gem. It's got such wonderful luster to it. Take a look at this. This is coming up. It's another star buy within your hour, and this is your Hypes theme. Can you see some of them just flashing and glowing away? So these are coming up for you within the next hour, but let's give Nadine her lovely challenge to have a little play with first, shall we? So I've got for her 3 strands to have a little bit of fun with. Which one would you like me to do first? Kirsty's on the phone. I'll show you the matrix boxes while she's having a gas. I've got 5 matrix boxes coming up for you very soon. Yes, I did just drop some on the floor. I've got 5 matrix boxes coming up for you, and these are going to be brought to you at the lowest price ever seen. Last time we had on this many matrix boxes, we took the price down to the lowest it has been, and now we're going to do it again for you today. You've got some cabochons in there, you've got some tanzanite in there, which I'm really excited to bring to you because I personally haven't done tanzanite in quite a long time. You've also got some topaz in here, some stunning labradorite. That's all coming up for you in a moment. Let's show Nadine her beautiful strands that she has now. I'll start with this one here. Do you like this? She's saying it's lovely. What do you like about this?
Sparkling from here. I can see all the sparkles. It's lovely. Beautiful.
It's a beautiful strand of aquamarine, and this is 130 carats worth. It's very sparkly because of this wonderful faceting on the graduated nuggets. These are from around 14 by 8 mil all the way to 25 by 14 mil on a 22 centimetre strand. So we're going to give Nadine a chance to play with the mermaid's gemstone. The price on this today is just £8.95, and you're getting plenty of this. Don't forget, this is aquamarine. This is really up there when it comes to, you know, the gemstones and kind of how much they're looked after and how much they're loved. So get your hands on this today. This is your aquamarine, of course, from the beryl family, and there's a little sneaky hint. If you're interested in beryl, we've got some coming up for you later on, a multi-beryl strand. So it is from a really much loved family of gemstones. So to get your hands on this for just £8.95 is stunning. Nadine, have you got anything that springs to mind when you have a look at this strand?
I think possibly a ring somewhere along the line.
Oh, I think that's a good idea. But I would say that because I adore the ring. So
I'm thinking about it because it is lovely. It's beautiful. I want to show those stones off to their best.
yeah,
Definitely, they're lovely.
I like the idea of this. So I will.
I think it'd probably be a bracelet because they're one of those stones that I want to look at as well as other people. Do you know what I mean? When you're wearing a necklace, you can't see it, but a bracelet,
you get to enjoy it too.
yes.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. So I will hand this over to you in a moment, but I've got two more strands for you to enjoy in here. Which one would you like me to do first? Okie dokes. I'll do this one because I love how this is stranded. The way the gemstone's been drilled is at an angle throughout the circles, which is why you get this overlapping effect of the orange colour chalcedony. The colour in it is really special. Ooh, you've got some burnt umber tones in here. You've got some really deep whiskey tones in this. 160 carats in total of your puffy coins. And what I would say to you is that I haven't got as many of these as I would like in stock, so if you want to get your hands on it, please do so now. You've got the richness of the colours, the richness of the tones, and the way these are drilled is really exciting. To me, under these lights, the colour isn't quite as bold as it will be when you get home. However, Tom's got a rather good slide that will show you exactly the amount of colour you're getting on this. That's beautiful. It's got amber tones to it, hasn't it? So have you got any ideas, Nadine, as to what you might do with these? Because of the way they're drilled, it's quite unusual, isn't it?
It is. Ironically, probably a bracelet again, so I might have to do something different with the aquamarine now. But also maybe earrings.
Ooh,
Dropping down the way.
Oh, I think that would be a really great idea. I'd like to see that because
Yeah,
you
I'll
want to
have a
show
look
off
at
that
that.
overlapping.
Yes,
effect, don't you?
yeah, that's the thing. You want to feature it.
Let's take a look at the price this should be. £11.95, which is really good actually, because look at the sizing of some of these, from 13 mil all the way to 16 mil. However, we're going to crash the price for you. It is Nadine's challenge, so we want to give you the chance at home to own it. £7.95 for 160 carats. And as I'm spinning them, the movement to it's really interesting, isn't it? £7.95. It should be almost 12, but as I said, we don't have that many. So please do get your hands on this now. I've only got double figures of these. £7.95 to get your hands on this lovely rich amber-like colours that you have running through here. I've got to admit, Nadine, we've given you a total mixed bag on this today. Lots of different shapes. A really nice combination. Have a look at this nuggets for me. This is your mandarin garnet. You've been given garnet.
Wow.
Yes.
Lovely.
We thought we'd give you a little treat.
They look beautiful. Oh yes. They'll work very good with the second strand, the chalcedony, won't they?
With the chalcedony, definitely.
Yeah.
So this is your mandarin garnet. It's a really beautiful high-end strand we're working with here. You see how these just glitter away. They've got almost this Turkish delight effect to them. 50 carats worth of your mandarin garnet in the graduated rough nuggets, and these are from around 4x2 all the way to 12x5 mil. Now, it's garnet, so everyone knows the name garnet. It's something that's really recognised even for people who are not particularly, you know, up on their gemstone knowledge, let's say. Everyone recognises the name of it, which means that when you have something like this on your stand, it's something that can definitely attract people. It's a new gemstone to us, relatively new. We only got it in last year for the first time, so it's wonderful I'm able to bring this to you today. Let's take a look at your price on this exceptional strand. That should not be £6.95, should it? This is mandarin garnet. It's high-end, people know the name. If you go onto the high street and buy yourself a garnet bracelet that would have less on it than that, you would easily be paying triple figures. Easily be paying triple figures for this. But not today. It's £6.95. We're going to give you the opportunity to own this for way less than £10, but you're also going to get Nadine's lovely inspirational ideas with this too. It is a strand not to be missed. I can see a lot of you have just got on the phones now. It doesn't surprise me. It's £6.95 to own garnet. Are you excited about this garnet strand, Nadine? Because you didn't know you were going to get this strand, did you?
I didn't, no, that's why I probably looked a bit surprised earlier.
What do you think of it?
Oh, I'm looking forward to working with that, definitely.
Any ideas spring to mind on this one?
I think I will work it with the other strand, definitely.
With this beautiful
well, both of them probably, because
chalcedony.
the colours work well with all of them.
Mm.
So yes, I'll have a think about maybe all together.
Yes.
Not sure whether, yeah, I'll have a think. They look like ice, don't they?
Don't they?
Oh, they're lovely. Sparkle. Oh yes.
£6.95 is all you're going to be paying for this mandarin garnet. What I would say is that for the mandarin garnet, Kurs? For the mandarin garnet, we've got people with this sitting in their baskets online. And we have got a group of people on the phone trying to purchase these at the moment. So what I would definitely strongly suggest is if you have got these in your basket, please do check out, because otherwise it can be whipped away from you. So just check out now. Don't forget you can check out as many times as you want throughout the day. You don't have to pay extra for postage and packaging. It's just £2.95 throughout the day. So do check out, because I don't want you to miss out on those if you've got them in your basket. Nadine, do you want to come and steal these from me?
That'd be great.
There you go.
Oh yes.
Have some fun with those.
Thank you.
Now this is your one-stop shop. Thank you for joining me this afternoon. My name is Becky and I am now going to bring you a cracking deal. Start as we mean to go on with our cracking deals this afternoon. We're going to start with the lowest ever price seen on this moonstone, rainbow moonstone matrix box. Now, when this was launched, which wasn't that long ago really, was it? When this was first launched a few months ago, it was on at £21.95, which is a great deal. But we're going to go even better than that. Let me show you some of these one by one. Now, The matrix boxes themselves, it's beautifully high quality gemstones, and you get a lovely mix. In this one in particular, it's all rainbow moonstone, but you're getting a mixture of shapes and sizes. So you'll be getting, you see, these faceted rectangles. You've also got the faceted cubes in here. You've got the rondelles. You've got your faceted top drill drops as well. You've got your drops that are top drill, but these are the larger drops. You've got the drops that are flattened, the puffy flattened drops in the smaller size. You've got your larger faceted rondelles, and you have your center drilled faceted rice beads. This is your rainbow moonstone, and that is exactly why this gemstone is so loved. You can see the flashes on top of this. You've got your orange, your yellows, your greens, your blues flashing throughout these. And this one is center drilled, so where my tweezers are, that's where the drill holes are going through. So we've got 8 different shapes in this box. It's all the same gemstone. Now the wonderful thing for me personally as a jewellery maker, I adore pieces that are together like this because it gives you the opportunity to create gorgeous, stunning pieces all working with the same gemstone, but then you've also got the variety of the different shapes and sizes. So the price that this was launched at not so long ago was £21.95. Last time we were on with it, so when I say we, I mean myself, here, behind the camera, making us all look good, camera lady Kaz, keeping us all in check, director Tom in the gallery, and giving you great deals, producer Kirsty. Last time we were on together, we brought you this at the lowest price it's ever been, and we took it down to just £19.95. However, we're back again, and we're gonna break the price again. Lowest you have ever seen this selection at. It's not £21.95, it's £14.95. That is a £5 saving from your initial price that you were getting these at. And you know what, I can imagine if you're at home now and you bought this box the first time around, you're looking at it now thinking, I need to get myself more, because it's such a stunning selection. We promised you we were going to go lower than we have done on these before, and we're going to do this on each of our matrix boxes today. All 4 of these we're going to be going through. It is genuinely beautiful, stunning gemstone. I will honestly say to you that it is tricky to see the amount of colour burst that you're getting in the studio. Sorry, I've just dropped that. However, get this home and you will, the reason it's hard to see it in here is because we have these massive, hot, huge lights which aren't very forgiving and can tend to take away some of this beautiful effect with these gemstones. But get them home and I promise you, you will see much more of this beautiful colour burst throughout. Don't forget it's a 30-day money back guarantee, no quibbles, so if you do not love as much as you're getting, then do feel free to send it back. However, I'm sure you will, because imagine that beautiful challis you can see now times 10, and that's more like what you're getting and what you'll get when you get these home. Beautiful mixture in there, lowest ever price it's been. Enjoy it, get it home for just £14.95. I've got about 15 people online, and this is just sitting in your baskets, I've been told by Kirsty. Check them out. Check out as many times as you want, because it's the only way you can guarantee this at the lowest ever price you've had it. So treat yourself to that now. There's nothing in there. No, there's nothing in there. Nope. Sorry, we're just trying to find some runaway garnet, but it's not there. Yep. Okay. I adore pearls. They're so classical, aren't they? They're so elegant. These are your champagne cultured potato pearls. It's a really elegant and beautiful colour. Coco Chanel around 1906, one of those, when she moved to Paris for the first time, and she was designing and making hats and pieces for her friends purely as gifts a lot of the time, and she was working a lot with faux pearls in those days. And obviously Chanel is very much known for being strewn in pearls, and then it kind of went out of her collection for many years, but this year it's coming back with a vengeance. So Chanel, the brand, who's obviously led by Karl Lagerfeld now, he's going back very much to the basics, to almost the inspiration for Chanel's designs back in the day, and he's got a lot of pearls running through his collection for 2014. You'll see in his collections that not only are a lot of the women in lots of layered pearls, but you'll also see that he's accompanied a lot with gold, and also some of the fashions, there's a lot of silky fabrics with this exact champagne tone running through. So it's very Chanel this year. Let's take a look at the price on this strand today. £11.95 is your current web price. However, it's the one-stop shop, and we've got a one-stop shop sale today. It's not £11.95. Let's take a look at your price really. £9.95 is all you're going to pay for this today. The thing with pearls is that we bring them to you in such high quality a lot of the time that it's easy to forget just how high-end genuine pearls are. Do have a little research if you're online right now and remind yourself of the price, because these are genuine pearls. They're created by Mother Nature, and mollusk gets an irritant within them and then squirts out necro, which is how these are built up time after time, layer after layer. We say around 1 mil is around 1 year's worth of the beautiful mollusk working away to create these. So this has taken around, each one, around 8 years to make. So it's a beautiful gemstone, and it's under £10 today. This is a really long strand of garnet. Honestly, the price on this strand I think is exceptional. Look at them just twinkling away. You've got 50 carats worth of your red garnet. You've got a beautiful, rich, jelly, cranberry tone running throughout these. And they are faceted pairs, and you'll see that they are center drilled. Now the faceting on these is what makes them so beautiful to my eye. You'll see that where the center of the drop is, you've got the large table, and then the faceting takes place around that center table, and it's so delicate that you'll get a large flash of light like that there on the main table. And then as I spin, you can just see it glinting along the sides. So you've got just the edges faceting, so you get a big flash of colour, and then you'll just get this delicate faceting around the outside, just giving you a little twinkling effect. I want to say to you that I personally believe the price we're going to bring you now is a multi-buy price. It really is, because it's such a great deal to get your hands on this for under £10, isn't it? But we're going to go quite a bit under £10 on this. If you are looking forward to paying £8.95 for this, then you're going to be really chuffed with what the actual price is. £5.95. It's a 30cm strand of genuine garnet. The faceting is so twinkly, so seductively sparkling, with these rich cranberry tones running throughout. It's a really exceptional length strand for just £5.95 of this wonderful garnet. There are plenty of people on the phone for this. We will be with you. Your answer's in order. When you call through, just press 1 and the call team will help you get this home as soon as they possibly can. £5.95 for a beautiful strand of your genuine red garnet today. I think it's so beautiful. You can see the twinkling away, can't you, on that slide? I've got another matrix. Don't forget, lowest ever price we're going to in our one-stop shop on this today. These are your faceted pear drops. So in this one, different to the one we had earlier on, in here you have a mixture of the gemstones. You're going to be getting 70 carats worth in total in here, and they're all faceted drops, and they all, I think I'm right in saying, are top drilled. You've got in here, let me just take a look if I tilt it here, you've got your amethyst, you've got down here where my finger is your mystic pink topaz, you've got your mystic blue topaz, you've got your sky blue topaz, you've got your white topaz, of course, all 4 topazes here. You've done your peridot, this burst of citrine tone, and I would say it's that iolite. Yes, it is iolite. So you're getting 4 selections of topaz at the bottom, and you're getting your amethyst, your iolites, your peridot. I love that peridot, and your citrine. Let me get a few of these out so you can have a good look at them. Now, when this was, look, I just adore this peridot. Come here, peridot. Let me show you this. I just want to show you the burst of green that you have. It's so stunning that you'll get within this peridot. As well as this, you've got this mystic coating. And I adore the mystic coating on topaz because the coating itself very much takes to the center of the faceting, but where the faceting meets each other, you get almost this watercolor effect. You know, when you're painting with watercolors, let me show you with my hand. When you're painting with watercolors and you do your first stroke, and often you'll get the lines of the brush drag that are more delicate and dainty. That's what you're getting with the coating on this. So we launched it at this price, £34.95. And last time we were on, we were mischievous, we took £10 off. We're going to go even lower than that today. £34.95. You've got 4 different types of topaz. Stunning, stunning peridot, amethyst, citrine. £22.95. That's a £12 saving on this matrix box with you today. £22.95. You've got a massive £12 saving. It's really high end. All of these are such stunning quality. To get your hands on a selection of 4 different types of topaz. I'm just going to count the topaz for you. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 of your sky blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. I've got 44 genuine topaz in this box. I've got 44 in here, topaz. Don't forget, of course, it will vary because, you know, you'll always get 70 carats, guaranteed. But that's how many I have in my box. And that's just of the topaz. What do you think of this matrix box, Nadine?
I love the idea of those matrix boxes because you get a choice of so many different gemstones.
It's great to work with,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, no, I love them.
So this is yours. You've got a £12 saving, but don't forget the £12 saving is only until 9 o'clock. You can do so much with these matrix boxes. I understand that they're top drilled, but have a look. This is Gemma Crow's piece that she's made with this matrix box. Last time that she was on with us using the matrix box, this is what she created. It just goes to show you don't have to just do your standard drops with it. Of course you can, but you can create beautiful pieces like you've just seen. £12 saving, that's all you're paying today, £22.95. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Oh, I don't know where that came from. I was going to say, if you're happy with that price, you'll be really happy at my next style buy. This is your Hyphosthene. Now, it's a star buy. We're going to bring you a great price on it. You know that, but I just want to pre-warn that we've got, how many? 51 of these in total. That's all we have of these. You've got 300 carats worth of this Hyphosthene in these plain rounds. Now, can you see these little glints of light taking to you? That's what we call a submetallic luster. And very simply, this, when we say submetallic luster, what we're referring to is this flash that you'll get. And it's a mixture between your almost metallic tones, chatoyancy, it's got that sort of feel to it, bursting across each of these. Now, the word itself is derived from the Greek word meaning over strength, and I definitely think you can see that in this gemstone. It has a strong metallic tone to it, and it's got a jetting colour with these bursts. Comes from the Greek meaning over strong, and that's another reason that it's believed that it's said to promote self-esteem as well. That's what it's believed. It's a really beautiful gemstone, and again, I'd say get this home. You're going to get more of the burst throughout here. It is, it has got pleochrism within it. I'm just having a little look at this one. I've got in here bursts. I wonder if you can get it as well as I am. You've got bursts of silver and blue. So as you move the stone around, you're getting different tones just bursting out from each of these. And the wonderful thing with this gemstone is, because of the way it's created and the way it's layered by Mother Nature, the lapidarists have to shape this and cut this into a manner so that you can show them off correctly. So if I show you a demonstration with my hands, because I think that that description wasn't great. So if it's layered up in your parallel lines, in your regulated lines, all the same distance apart, that's how these are grown up. If the lapidarist was then to cut over the top in a shape like so, along the lines of them, you wouldn't get any of that wonderful submetallic glow. However, because of the way they've shaped it around with the layers going this way as opposed to that, that's how you get this burst of light within your eyes. I hope that was a bit of a better explanation than I actually did seconds ago. So that's how you get this beautiful glitter, this chatoyancy almost running through each of the gemstones. These are your 10 mil rounds of Hyphosthene. Let's take a look at the price today. It's a star buy at a star price, just £7.95 for you today, and you're getting plenty on this strand. If you haven't used this gemstone before, really do strongly suggest you get it home today, because you're going to get so much of this glitz and this glow. It's eye-catching, isn't it? And it's wonderful if you are used to working with, if you do like working with monochrome and jet tones, you've got bursts in here that give you a bit of something extra. It's just £7.95 for you today. I told you it'd be a good star buy, and I've got a cracking another one coming up for you in a little bit. That's coming up in the next, what, 25 minutes? It's coming up for you in a second. This is the gemstone I haven't brought before. This is coming up for you in a little bit. But before that, we're back in our one-stop shop. Let's give you some more great deals on this today. Now, this one is your 925 sterling silver eye pins. I had to think them. Oh. You've got in here the 15mm, and if I show you them, all 925. Yes, you're getting 50 pieces in here, and these are your 15mm. So you'll see that you've got the little eye pin at the base there. So these are wonderful to create your drops, and it is 925 sterling silver. Perfect for rosary linkings, for earrings, if you want to create a chandelier effect. You're going to be getting 50 of these in total. And I know that people like to work with the head pins because they're so versatile, they're so usable. However, this is 925, so that means that you've also got the versatility, but also the luxury as well. You don't have to, of course, use these just as eye pins, of course. You can simply roll them out and use them maybe to loop around, create spirals if you so choose. And the wonderful thing is, because they're 15mm, you won't have much wastage once you have stranded on your gemstones. Let's take a look at the price on these today. For 925 sterling silver, it's just £6.95 today, and you've got 50 of these in total. That's such a great deal. And you're dual working with 925. I think especially if you're going to get your hands on some luxury gemstones. If you're planning on buying, or you've just bought from us the Matrix, I would strongly suggest that you treat yourself to the 925 sterling silver, because it's only working out at 14p per eye pin. But also, if you're working with those luxury high-end Matrix boxes, you want to keep the luxury going, don't you? £6.95 for you today. Gonna give you a burst of glitz now. Take a look at this lovely coated tiger's eye for me. It's glistening away. It's almost got a golden-like appearance to it. It's 140 carats worth you have of this, and they're faceted around 9mm on a 20cm strand. What would you think of doing to show this gemstone off to its most, Nadine?
That straight away reminds me of the Shambhala style bead. I think it would look great in that sort of cord wrap sort of effect.
Oh, I think that's a really good idea.
Why that's what it reminded me of.
Does it straight
yeah,
away?
Yeah. But other than that, you could make a beautiful necklace from that, because it's a real feature stone.
It really is, isn't it?
It's very eye-catching.
And what metal would you put this with?
The one I'm using at the moment, antique bronze.
Antique bronze.
Definitely. It would work with gold as well, I think.
Because it has got the richness too, hasn't it?
Yeah.
let's take a look at your price on 140 carats of yellow colour-coated tiger's eye. £9.95, that's all you're paying today. And although it says it's yellow coating, you can see that it's more of a golden-like appearance, and that's purely because of the wonderful tiger's eye shining through this coating. £9.95, but Kirsty says she just wants to give you a cheeky few pounds off. £7.95 for you today. What a treat to get your hands on this, and I completely agree. I adore this as a ring, I think, for me. A beautiful wire wrap ring with lots of antique bronze. In fact, that one you've got on at the moment, you could do something like that with, couldn't you?
Good.
Yeah, I'd really like that. Let's have a look at that ring. I adore this ring that you're wearing. It caught my eye earlier on. Let us have a little look at it. Can you imagine this beautiful tiger's eye within this ring? With gold or the antiques bronze?
Yeah, would work well.
Really well. And because it's so faceted, really sparkly as well. You've got a couple of cheeky quid off that today, £7.95. Now I've got for you some lobster claw clasps here, and these are your 925. Now we know 925 when we say that, we mean quality. It's the highest quality we can possibly bring to you. If you were to use Britannia silver to create these lobster claw clasps, it really would be far too soft, far too delicate, and far too malleable to create these. Once you had created them, they'd just pull open if you were to use them in your pieces. So this truly is the most usable high grade of silver that we can bring you. You're going to be getting 5 of the lobster claw clasps in this, and they are your 12mm. You'll see at the end they do also have the eye pins, the jump ring effect, so you've got the extra link on there also. It's 925 sterling silver. These are your 12mm lobster claw clasps. Let's take a look at the price on these today. £6.95. If you've got your hands on those matrix boxes, or you're looking at getting some at the lowest price we've ever brought them to you really soon, then you want to be finishing off your designs and your pieces with 925, don't you? Why wouldn't you? It's like creating yourself a beautiful meal with the best, you know, free range meat and hand grown from your garden vegetables, and all these beautiful little flourishes, the finest cheese, and then just throwing on there a bit of, you know, rubbishy gravy. It's a bit lumpy and it's a bit powdery at the same time, and how did the gravy get that way? That's what it will be like. You've got to finish it off with the high jazz if you're going to be working with the high-end gemstones. £6.95 for those today. Speaking of high-end gemstones, let's do another matrix box, shall we? When we speak of high-end gemstones, I think it's safe to say that one that will often spring to mind is this. It's your Tanzanite matrix box here today. It's such a beautiful gemstone. 170 carats worth. Of course, it is a one location gemstone. It's only found at the foothills of Kilimanjaro. It's believed to be around 1,000 times rarer than diamond. And when you think of rarity, again, I think it's quite safe to say that when we think of rarity, we often think of luxury, because if something's very abundant, very widely available, it's not particularly got that scarcity factor to it, which often adds to the name and adds to the luxury of the pieces. You have got 1,000 times rarer than diamond gemstones in this. Now, the thing with, I actually said to you a moment ago, didn't I, the fact that the Tanzanite I haven't brought to you in a fair long time. I did the morning show the other day, and I know that I brought you a strand then, but other than that, I haven't brought you some in probably about 4 weeks. Now, the rarity of it, of course, increases every single day. Because it's only one location, and because of the mines that are currently open in that location, it's something that, unless we find it randomly somewhere else, it will be something that just becomes rarer and rarer day by day. At the moment, already one mine has completely closed down in that area. Bearing in mind the area that it's mined in, it's only like 16 km square, so it's not long at all. And it means that because it's just one area and one of the mines have already closed down, because we've run out of the technology basically to mine in that location still, it's amazing that we're able to bring you so much in one place with this matrix box. 170 carats worth to be precise. Your launch price was £21.95. Last time we crashed it, it was £18.95, and we're going to beat that for you today. £21.95 it should be, as the price it was, until we came along and made it this price. £14.95 for you today. That is a whopping saving of £6. Yeah, that's right. No, £7. I've not got my maths head on today. And to be honest, when the camera wasn't on me then, I was asking around and no one else knew, to be honest. So it's not just me today. You've got a £7 saving on this, £14.95 to get your hands on genuine tanzanite. DEVX85, a £7 saving. It's getting rarer every single day. I've not brought you tanzanite in weeks and weeks. So we just can't get your hands on it as readily as we used to be able to. That's just the way it is. That's the nature of Mother Nature and only being a one location gemstone. To get your hands on it now at £14.95 is a real treat, isn't it, Nadine?
Yeah, very, very good. I haven't yet got any, and I'm here.
Have you not?
No.
Have we not treated you to any? Sorry, Nadine. Next time you're on with us, we'll sort you out next time you're on with us. We'll give you a little tanzanite treat. It is a beautiful gemstone at just £14.95 today. I've got for you some beautiful Keshi pearls now. And I think they go perfectly with that tanzanite, actually. These are your green Keshi pearls, and they've got a really delicate hue about them. People in the studio, I'm going to ask for your help now. How would you describe this green colour to me? Let's start off with Nadine. How would you describe this green?
Let me come and have a quick.
Because it's quite hard to describe. It's not forestry.
It's a hard one. It's limey, but
almost a delicate lime.
It is beautiful, actually. It's very pale for the greens, isn't it? But it's got that lustre. Oh, I do like that.
Oh, you do, don't you?
Yes.
Lustrous lime. Scott, what are you saying?
Oh, it's a luscious, just general lime. Really.
Limey again?
Yeah, I can't really
Bit
think of anything
limey.
else. It's so sits.
Kaz, what are you saying?
It reminds me of a Bramley apple.
A Bramley apple. Oh, good. Apple green.
Yes, apple green.
It is. It's very fruity. Whatever it is, it's very fruity colour that you have in this. These are your green Keshi pearls, and the wonderful thing is, because they're Keshi, Gemma from Gloucester said sage green. Gemma from Gloucester. That's a really good description. Really good description of it.
Good.
And the lovely thing is, because it's pearl, obviously you've got the pearlescence, so you do get flashes of blue and pink running through as well, which is, it's wonderful to have that with such a delicate tone. Let's take a look at this price today. Current web price is £9.95 for this gemstone. To get real Keshi pearls, £9.95 is a good price, but let's make it great, shall we? Was that Gemma Crow, was it? Do you reckon? Sending in that message. £6.95 on these sage green, appley green, limey green, green Keshi pearls. Gemma's just messaged in saying, it is! It's me! The old crow. that I accidentally called her the other week. She hasn't dropped it quite as yet. £6.95 for you. Thank you, Gemma Crow. Absolutely wonderful lady. So talented and not even an old crow in any way, shape or form. £6.95 for you today. Where are we heading to, Kirst? Another matrix box. These are Kirsty's favourite ones. If you want some more of Kirsty's favourites, then we've got the producer's pick coming up for you in an hour or so. These are all your cabochon cuts. So these are absolutely stunning for soutache because they all have the flat bases. None of them have any drill holes, so they're perfect to be encapsulated. Now you're going to be getting such high-end labradorite and your rose quartz in here as well. Now I want to show you some of the shapes in here. Are you ready to be wowed? Are you ready to be wowed by some stunning labradorescence? Let me see if I can get it on here. Get ready to be wowed. Oh. Ooh. Isn't it beautiful? Oh, I want some more as well. Have a look at this one. There, look. And the thing is, you get some bright blues on some, but on this you see, you've got beautiful yellows on other ones. Kirsty says she wants to buy these today now. Well, Kirsty, if you want to buy these, you better do a cracking price, hadn't you? So you're also going to be getting plenty of your rose quartz in here as well. So let me describe the shapes to you. So in each of the two gemstones, you're going to be getting these almost puffy rectangles of each. You're also going to be getting these almost eye-shaped ones. You've also got your top drops. And you're going to be getting your circular cabochons. Absolutely loads in here you're going to be getting. Now, you can see this labradorite. It's seriously high quality, as is the quartz. It's got beautiful, beautiful, silky like luster within. Let's take a look at your price. Should be £21.95 was your launch price on this. However, we're dropping it lower. The price today, lowest price ever seen, is just look at that. It almost looks like a work of art. £14.95, £7 saving on this. If anyone's been on the course that the gemstone setting course that we've had, you can set these into your prong settings. You can set them into your jewellery. They're perfect for wire wrapping, encaging. They're great for setting into your prong settings. But of course, many others, such as your polymer perhaps and your silver clay. £14.95. If you haven't worked with cabochons before without a centre drill, do give it a go, because I think it's great to challenge yourself and push yourself. And if you've got any mesh at home, create some beautiful mesh casings for these as well. If you haven't got the prong settings, do give it a go. And also, we have got some more of those prong setting courses coming up, so it would be great if you can get your hands on this and have a little play, have a little go beforehand, and then you've got plenty to take home with you afterwards as well. So let's bring you a fabulous final star buy of this hour right now. It's one of the most difficult gemstones to cut in the world because it's got a perfect cleavage. And because of that, it means that it is truly so difficult to facet. So much so that it's a really new discovery and new that we've been able to actually facet it. A lot of the time it's been set in cabochon shapes and it's been left at that. Because of the cleavage on it, when lapidarists, even the most skilled lapidarists in the world trying to facet this, it would just split, it would just break. You have got a faceted strand today. This is your sillimanite. Now, sillimanite, because of its scarcity, because it is rare, you know, like I said, I've never seen this gemstone before, because it is so rare due to the scarcity, but also added to that how difficult it is in cutting, it adds incredible value once it is faceted in this manner. It's known mainly to collectors. If there's collectors at home watching now, I'm sure you'll recognise this gemstone. I'm sure you'll notice it, because it is something that truly is, it's so scarce and it's so rare to get it in a faceted way that it is something that, to be honest, to be in the trade is often the only way you might get your hands on this or get to know this beautiful gemstone. Now, it's got the same chemical construction and the same build-up as your kyanite, which again, as we know, because of that cleavage, it's really difficult to facet. And we all know that kyanite itself is another high-end gemstone, just like this one I have here. This has got almost a pearlescent tone to it. It's not got a coating on, but it'd be okay for you to guess that it had. This is totally natural. It is opaque. It is faceted to give you these bursts of a pearlescent type splash over each of the gemstones. It's scarce. It's a rare gemstone. I'm sure at home some of you are watching this now and you might not have heard of this either. Like I say, it's known to collectors, but perhaps not so much if you're new to jewellery making, or if you haven't got that much of a background in collecting. You too might not have heard of this also. But because it's scarce and because it's so difficult to facet, that is what's adding value to this stunningly faceted strand. You're getting 70 carats worth of your sillimanite, and it's graduated faceted pairs from 7x5 all the way to 7x11 mil on a 25 centimetre strand with your little gizmo coils in between. Now, this was launched at £24.95, but it's our star buy for this hour. Let's take a look at the price. £17.95. Do your research on this gemstone. If you've not heard of it, do your research. Get it in your basket, check it out now and do your research, because truly, to find information about this, because it is scarce, and to find it on the internet, online, to do your research, or even in your books, you'll find picture examples of cabochons of this. Rarely will you get faceted examples, because of the perfect cleavage, because of the scarcity, and because of the way this is built up in the layers. It splits too easily for the lapidarist to facet, but these have been faceted so perfectly by true professionals that you don't have to worry about this splitting. You've got the strength there, but you've got this gorgeous glimmer over the surface also. It's £17.95 for a stunning gemstone. Whilst we go to this break, get these checked out of your baskets because they're flying out. Do treat yourself. You will adore this strand. And after the break, we're going to be heading over for more designer inspirations with Nadine. See you then.
There are 2 easy ways to purchase from JewelleryMaker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview or FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click the sign up button. Once you have filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the On Air Now button on the front page. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, you simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget that you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker. Do you need a helping hand to get started with JewelleryMaker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our JewelleryMaker website where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy to follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques. JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away.
Tune into JewelleryMaker every day at 5 p.m. for our Miss It, Miss Out show, where we'll have 4 hours of jam-packed deals, including clearance offers, end of line, last in stock and low prices. The Miss It, Miss Out show, only on JewelleryMaker.
Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Thank you for joining me this afternoon. My name is Becky and in just a few moments we're going to be heading over to our guest designer for her inspirational section, and of course that is Nadine. Hi, how are you?
Oh, good, yes.
How's your challenge going?
Yep, I've made 1 item and I'm halfway through a second.
Ooh, we're going to be going over to Nadine's challenge in probably about 1 hour and 40 minutes to have a little look at that. But first off, we have got your designer inspiration. You've got a chance to get your hands on 5 stunning strands and 3 lengths of your wire. So in here I have 10 meters worth of your copper coloured 1 mil. I've also got 10 meters of your 0.6 wire, and I have 10 meters of your 0.4. So it goes 0.4, 0.6 and 1, all in this copper tone. As well as this, you've got 4 strands. Sorry, 4, what am I saying? 5, of course, 5. These ones are your rose quartz and they're in the puffy coins. It's a really delicate, charming pink. Nadine, you were saying earlier that you really like rose quartz, weren't you?
I do, I like working with it. Yeah, and with the other strands in this pack, it's brilliant.
It's such a mix, isn't it, of colour, it's beautiful.
But they blend so nicely together.
Perfectly. You've also got in here, keeping on the charming pink tones, this wonderful faceted strand. This is your rose quartz, 160 carats worth you've got in this, and these are 8mm rounds. You've got a little pop of purple to this kit with your lovely amethyst, and these are 130 carats worth of your 10mm puffy coins. The tones just mixing together beautifully, really charming, but then you get a zap of boldness with these huge pre-nights and fancy agates. The pre-night here is 290 carats worth, and those are your 10mm, and you've also got your mixture of colours in the fancy agate, and there's 15 carats worth on here, and this is 3mm. So 5 strands in total. If you imagine yourself walking through a forest in spring, you're getting these colours, aren't you? With this beautiful, the stalks and the grass of the green, and then these little pops of flower bud colours coming through. And I think that it's wonderful, the designs we're going to be seeing, because if you've got that image in your mind, you very much use that image in your designs, haven't you, Nadine, with the flowers?
Definitely, yes, because that's what they sort of, well, they leapt out and said that to me.
Yes.
So, yes.
And I think you can definitely see why when you look at these strands. So, let's reiterate. You've got 2 strands of your rose quartz. The puffy coins are your 90 carats, and then you have 160 of the faceted 8mm rounds. You've got your amethyst, which is 130 carats of the 10mm coins. You've got your pre-night, the 10mm rounds, 290 carats there, and you've got 15 carats of your fancy agate in the 3mm rounds. You've also got your 3 lengths and gauges of wire. You've got the 1mm, your 0.6 and your 0.4, each in this lovely copper tone. So this is your kit for Designer Inspirations Floral Wirework Cuff that we're going to be showing you. We've got a great price on this. Price should be £40.60, because of course you're getting in there your amethyst, your pre-night, and the wonderful rose quartz too, but of course you've got 30 metres of wire in total, so £40.60. If you were to right now go online and order these separately, but you've got your little discount code up there, KPGC05. If you type that in, you're going to get all of this for just £29.95. That's over £10 saving you've got on this wonderful kit today. And of course you do get step-by-step instructions on how to create something really wonderful with Nadine in a moment. That stunning cuff I gave you a little sneak preview of before. So over £10 saving for today. And also we're going to give you an extra chance to win some goodies from Nadine. If you purchase this kit right here, right now, in the next 2 hours, you will be entered into a prize draw for the Designer Inspiration. The computer will then randomly select a winner, and you have the chance to win the cuff that I will show you in a moment over with Nadine. So literally all you have to do, got over £10 saving on this kit, purchase it, enjoy it, and you might also get the chance to enjoy the wonderful cuff if it wings its way to you in the post. So, Nadine, when you looked at these first off, what did you initially think of all of this together? Did you think it went well?
Yes, I actually wanted to try and mix a lot of them together because I think the shapes work well together as well as the colours. And I specifically wanted the little ones because to make them a feature of the flower as well.
I see.
I didn't know if it was going to work, but it did.
Yes.
So, yes, they're really good.
You know, we had that message in earlier about the jig and wrapping in gemstones within
That's
it.
right.
Those would be perfect, wouldn't they?
Yeah, those would work.
In this, they'd work really, really well. Now, I just want to say to you at home that it is £29.95. However, Kirsty says she really likes this, so she's just going to price slash it. She's feeling generous, she says. It should have been £40.60. Your price today is just £21.90 today.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
That's almost a £20 saving. You're getting 5 strands, 30 metres of your wonderful wire. What do you think of that price?
Oh, that's just amazing. Oh, I'd get it for the wire anyway.
Yeah. Almost a £20 saving you're making on this today. And you've managed to make three stunning creations with this.
I had a lot of the pre-night left. And I had about half a dozen of both rose quartz and amethyst left.
So you had a great mix left over.
And these as well. Oh no,
loads.
Sorry, no.
You had some of the agate left over.
Yeah, just a few of the agate actually.
They are beautiful. Look at this necklace. I think it's so stunning. And you were saying upstairs as well, it is changeable, the sizing.
That's right,
it?
yes. Yeah.
And we're going to be finding out today how to make the beautiful cuff bracelet. So what gave you the idea and the inspiration for this?
It was something I was playing with at home, just some wire, and actually it was when I had an hour to spare, and I thought, I wonder what happens if I just keep wrapping and wrapping and wrapping,
Yeah.
how I get a flower from it. And it started from that, and I thought, well, I've made the flower, now what do I do with it? And I thought it'd be nice to have it on a bracelet, because I always tend to put things like that on necklaces. So that's how the cuff evolved.
And that's how it came together.
Yeah,
And
flower first, and then what do I do with the flower?
I like that. We've got here absolutely beautiful cuff that we'll be showing you how to make, and you use the jig to do the flower. However, we'll also be showing you how to do it without the jig too. So if you did get that kit earlier on with your jig, you can create this with that as well. Get your hands on this too, but we'll be showing you, if you haven't got a jig at home, don't worry, we'll be showing you how to do it without. So we start off with the flower, of course.
Yep.
Or the frame.
Either way, but if you know what you're going to build, you can build whichever bits you want first, the flower and frame. The frame is going to look like that. That's how we start. It's 3 wires together, and I just bind them with the 0.6. Or you could use 0.4 if you haven't got 0.6.
Would there be enough strength there?
To bind it, you probably have to put more in.
Yeah.
If you use 0.4. I prefer 0.6 because it's a feature as well. It looks attractive.
It does. It makes it adds a little something, doesn't it, to it?
It does. So that was both for the necklace and the bracelet. That was the frame. And I'll show you how I do the binding.
Just whilst you're getting your binding together, just to let you know that you can message in any technique questions that you might have for Nadine. Message us in JewelleryMaker.com. Alternatively, text us in 60777. Start your text with JM Studio. If you're watching this and you have any questions, do message them in. We'll answer them as quickly as we can. Or if you have any questions to do with anything else you've seen Nadine doing today or on any other show, you can get in touch with us that way. So you've cut off here
Just
3
cut
lengths.
off 3 lengths that you need. Now,
Of the 1 mil.
that's right. Yeah, the 1 mil for the frame. And for the necklace, it's as long as you want it. So if you want a shorter necklace, if you don't want the twirls at the bottom, you don't have to have them. You could end just where they cross over. So it's measure it for your own neck, and it's actual as is size.
I see.
Just with a little loop at the bottom. The bracelet cut a lot longer than you want, and I think I cut about 2 foot of wire for that.
Okay.
24 inches, because you're going to be doing these swirls. And you want to make sure you've got enough, because once you've finished it, and if it doesn't swirl enough, you can't make it longer, but you can cut off.
I see. I see.
So I took the 3 strands, and what I tend to do, I think you've seen a fair few people do this, just warm them through your hands. It straightens them and makes them a little bit more pliable. So do that. They're all bending, even more now, bending the same way. So keep them that way so they fit together.
I see.
Pop them together, and just at some point, and I started in the middle, but it doesn't really matter. Take your 0.6, leave a tail, and whichever way you're happy going across, whether you come from up above to down, I tend to do it this way. So I go, first one goes over the top, then I pulled that one straight, so I've got a nice neat one to start with, as neat as possible. and then straight in with pliers to flatten. So that's your first one, and then you're building up from there, just doing, I think I did 10, 11, you don't have to be even. Just keep going, keep pushing them together, over, pull the wire to make sure it's not kinking, back over, pull it over, back over, and then every so often just flatten gently and keep pushing together so that you've got it neat and it's keeping those wires flat. That's the important thing, keep the wires flat.
Okay.
I mean, they are going to be semi-hidden with the beads, but when you look at the necklace you can and the bracelet, you can still see the gaps a little bit, so you want it to look good.
Yeah, of course. This is the back of the bracelet and you'll be able to see the little swirls we've just created. They are hidden slightly, but you can just catch a glimpse of them.
Because when I threaded the beads on, I didn't worry whether they were covering that or not, because I wanted the look to be nicely spaced out beads.
I see.
And then just when you're ready, cut. Now, I tend to cut on the top because you don't want it to scratch people's skin. On the top about the middle, and squash it down. And push it in and down. And then you've got, you can't feel that. See if you can feel it.
No.
No.
Not at all.
So by cutting in the middle and pushing it down, that's how I do it. And
don't get any rubbing or catching then either, do you, on your clothes and things?
And you do that with both ends. And to do the second one, you space it out. I did, I think, 5 on the bracelet, maybe 7, 7 or so on the necklace. You just do them at random points just to keep it together. So you do it once more at a different point. Exactly the same process, over again. So you're starting the second one, squashing it down, and at this point you can slide them a bit, but squash them down so that they're quite firm.
So you've got the strength there as well.
Yeah. And what you end up with is 5 together like this. And that is a good size for a bracelet. I actually pushed it around my wrist to check. You want them to not be right to the ends because you're going to put your flower on.
Yeah.
So you want them to fit around your wrist, but with enough space to put the flower on the clasp.
With some extra.
So once I'd got that, I next did the clasp because it is a hidden clasp. It's underneath the flower, which makes it easy to put on.
The itself is underneath this flower, so if you see, I'm doing it with the wrong hand here because I'm a lefty, but you'll see that the clasp is just there at the front. So it is hidden beautifully, isn't it? Because when it's done up, you can't tell. But it's great because it's a front clasp as well, because it's
easy,
not fiddly,
isn't it? Yeah.
Is it? It is easy.
Then just bend a couple of the wires away. These are going to be your swirls later, so don't cut them off. And this is going to be your clasp. And there's 2 ways of doing the clasp, and it's whichever's easiest. But what I tend to do is take it the length I think I'm going to want the hook once it's doubled over. So bend it at a point that seems right.
So would you say yours looks about 2 centimetres, is it?
I'm just going to have a look at that. Yeah. Probably a bit longer.
Probably
than
about
that.
2.5, isn't it?
2.5, yeah, 3 maybe. Centimetres. Yeah. Bring it in as close as you can together. It's tough wire, so be gentle. You don't want to push it. It does twist, but you can keep pushing
You
it.
just pop your hand. That's perfect. Thank you.
So that's your sort of hook there. It's hard to. And then what you're going to do is turn it over to make it a loop to hook up. But in the meantime, you want to secure it. Now, there's 2 ways of doing this. You can either take a separate piece of wire if you feel more comfortable, and just bind it like I bound that. You can use 0.4 for that if you want, because you don't want it too bulky necessarily.
Yeah, I see.
Or if you wanted to, you could fold this over and bind with this existing strand. It makes it a little bit chunkier, and to do that, I would hold it right at the point you're twisting and just bring it round.
I see.
And that makes it quite chunky but very, very secure. And you will just cut that off. So that's your clasp there, ready to be hooked back. And I'll take the round nose pliers and just bend it. So like that. And I just tend to take the other pliers then, flat ones, and kink the end out. And that's your hook done.
I see.
And that's one end. At the other end, same sort of procedure. I'm going to move that down a bit. At this point you can move these wires. Make sure they're still movable because you're going to position them in the flower. Because I think, did I put the flower on the hook end? Yes, it doesn't matter if you put it on the hook or the eye, it's going to be hidden by either.
Yes.
Or it's going to hide them. So that's your space for the flower then. And I'm just going to squash these in place a bit better now.
So once you've moved them and you've got them in place, you want to give it a good old squish to
I
secure.
tend to, yeah. They will move a little bit, but they won't once the beads go on because the beads will wrap around them. So kind of keep measuring it, and I would measure it there, and my hook's going to be about there.
So you know where you're going to have it. I just want to let you know at home, you have almost a £20 saving on this. You also get the chance to win this when you purchase it. However, I've only got 24 of this kit left in stock, which isn't surprising. Almost a £20 saving. And one of you will get the chance to win this beautiful cuff as well when you buy the kit. So do get yourself in, check it out right now, because I've only got 24 left. Please don't risk it and wait until the end of the hour, because by the sounds of it, by the looks of things, we won't have any left by the end of this hour. So just check out your baskets now and get yourself on the phone. It's almost £20 saving for just £21.95.
I must say, these green ones, they are
pre-night.
Yeah, they're pre-night, aren't they? They're perfect because they look like little centres of flowers with the little green bits in.
They really do, and I love how you've worked it like that. It's beautiful.
So I'd get it for those alone because I think they're beautiful.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
They are. Now for your loop, I've used these looping pliers just because they're a little bit bigger. But you could use you could use a pencil, even a pencil or anything if you want a bigger hook, because it's easier, isn't it, with a slightly bigger hook to take it on and off, but the tension's there so it stays. I think at this point I would take it around that smaller one there. The wires do tend to get in the way. Bend them back, doesn't matter at this stage, they will be. So you've got your hook to the size you want, and it's wrap around again, and you can do the same technique. You could use 0.4 or 0.6 and wrap both pieces together, or you could, as I tend to do, is loop the same wire back on itself.
Okay.
Like that. Make it as neat as you can, and that will be snipped off. I think I snipped that, yes, because we only need the 2 wires. So I would probably get rid of that now so that it's not going to be in your way. This is when I realise I need it later.
Just glue a bit on now. I'm sure it would be
If that happened, you can actually,
you can always add, can't you?
actually just wrap some more wire around and continue, because so much of this is going to be hidden by the flowers and the beads.
Yes.
So that's your basic bracelet, and that's how it's going to do it. That's quite small actually, but that would fit you.
That would. I really like that as a simple bracelet actually. I think that's really pretty.
So the next step was to put the flower on.
So it's the
I'm going to cut the
centre
hook
flower.
off. Yes. So to make the flower, that's what we're going to make. This
Flower shape.
Flower shape.
And that is with the 0.6, is it?
0.6. Yeah.
Beautiful.
And yeah, I sort of interchanged the wires a bit, to be honest, because when you come to wrap the beads on, I started with 0.6, but I felt I'll use some of the 0.4 just so I had enough of each wire left. So I think the bracelet I did with 0.4 and the necklace I did with 0.6. Wrapping the beads on doesn't matter. The only one that you have to have a smaller wire is the seed beads. They'll need 0.4.
Yeah.
So what we do here is I didn't actually take it off the roll.
Okay.
But again, if you did want to take it off the roll, you'd need a long bit. I'm not sure, about 3 foot possibly. Now I set my jig up with the arrowhead.
Let me move these out the way for you a little bit. That's better.
With the arrowhead, as I did for the little the little links with the deluxe gems. And I do a loop. Now, in the middle, I've got a peg. Now, it's actually a guide peg more than anything else, but that's where I'm going to start. Because if you start with your loop at the top, you're going to have a loop at the top of one of your petals, which you don't want.
Okay.
So if you start in the middle, that'll be tucked away inside. It can also be helped to anchor it together.
I see.
Now what we do here is we just go around all three on that side, cross over just in front of that peg, around all three there, and cross over just in front of it on the other side. So we're just going around all the pegs, and I did it about 8 times.
So you're always going around the centre one in the same direction each time, creating like a figure of 8
It doesn't matter if it goes the other side of it, to be honest.
It's creating a figure of 8 effect, isn't it?
Yeah, it's figure of 8. And I did that about eight times or so. It's however big you want it, really. I think I did 8.
Yeah.
8 times, so I had 16 petals.
It's great working off the reel as well, because you can see as you're working it there, you've not got the wire flailing around, you've still kept the tension on, which is why you get these beautiful petal shapes as well, isn't it? Because obviously if it was loose, it wouldn't keep that beautiful effect. So it is a really good tip, Nadine, to work off the reel in this way.
I used the jig. I mean, the first one I didn't use a jig, and I'll show you how I did that, but I used the jig because it gives it slightly more of a petal shape.
Yes.
The smaller one on the necklace, one of those was done without a jig, and afterwards I just went and tweaked each leaf with the pliers just to make it more leaf shaped.
I see.
So, when you're happy that you've got enough, you'll need to cut off the wire, but leave a good tail, because we need it to anchor it.
So just a few inches.
A few inches. Lift it off the jig as carefully as you can, holding it together.
Holding it together at the centre.
Yeah. And then, don't worry about what it looks like at this stage. Hold it together and take that wire and wrap it around.
Almost got a little bow there, haven't you?
Yeah, you've got a bow, so that's something else you can make with the
Yeah,
jig.
beautiful.
And then it's pulling the petals apart.
That'd be a gorgeous ring, just as that bow, wouldn't it?
It would. And try and do them in order. It's harder to see them in these bright lights, actually. Because otherwise, if they cross over, they might kink a bit, but if they kink, you just unkink them.
That's all right, it's not a problem. Just want to let you know that you've got, I'm in my teens on this now, I've only got 14 of these left in stock. It's almost £20 saving. I've got people online who haven't checked out. Really sorry if you haven't checked out and someone whips it out of your basket, but if you do that now, you're saving yourself, you're guaranteed then. It doesn't matter how many times you check out, so check out now.
And that's your basic flower.
That's pretty.
And you can do as many petals or as few as you want. So that's the flower. Now you're going to have a go at doing it without a
You're
jig.
doing it a different way.
Yes.
Okay, so this is using your 0.6 again. This is going to be, if you haven't got a jig at home, we're going to show you now how you can do it without a jig. But it creates the same look.
It does.
Okay.
Take your fingers,
Yeah.
hold them slightly apart, and
Figure of 8.
figure of 8 round your fingers.
That looks so simple. Figure of 8 away.
You have to anchor the bottom one as well at the end there.
Okay.
So
I can do that for you, yes.
have a go about 8.
I'll have a
8
go.
times double.
So when
that.
you say anchor it on,
Just hold it on for now, yes, and we'll just sort that out at the end when we anchor it in, because
Beautiful.
you don't want a loose end.
so we're going to do a figure of 8. And how many times do I want to do this about?
Probably about 8 times, so you've got 16 petals.
I see.
Try and keep it straight, don't cross over if you can help it.
Don't
So you're
cross
building up
over.
1, then 2, then 3,
I see.
bringing it to the top each time for closer to the top of the finger.
And then how many of these do you manage to create? How many of these do you work through, if you see what I mean? How many of the flowers do you need to do this piece?
I did 1 for the bracelet and 3 for the necklace, and you can do them different sizes. You can extend on the jig, and you could do further apart on your fingers, or if you didn't want to use fingers, anything you've got at home that has two bits that stand up, 2 rounds.
see.
Just things in the kitchen I think you could use.
That's handy, isn't it? You can make it with
Anything.
whatever you have around.
2 pencils in, you know those pencil stands you get where you could put 2 pencils in,
I know
office
exactly
stands,
what
you
you
could do
mean.
it around that.
You could do it around that. And then you hold the bow in the centre again.
Yeah, and wind around.
And you wind around the centre. The great thing with 0.6 is it's malleable, but it's got the strength, doesn't it?
That's it. I think that's fine.
Just a few times. Do I need to do this one in as well?
Yes, catch that in as
I'll
you
catch
wind
that
round
in.
and then we can chop it.
Okey pokes.
Good idea.
There we go.
There, that's perfect. And that's a lovely look. You can see you can do them any size. Let's just chop it there. And then we just pull out as usual.
So we'll just pull them out in order.
Try
in a
and
way.
do them in order. Well, yes, it doesn't have to be in exact order as long as they're not crossing over each other. If one starts to cross, then fiddle with the other one until they're all pulled out. Do you want to try the other side?
That's beautiful, I'll say.
That's lovely, isn't
I'll have
it?
a go at the other side. And it is nice because whatever you do it around, you've got different size petals, haven't you?
Yeah. And it's nice to alternate the size of the petals, I think,
see.
rather than having them all, the flowers, rather than having
flowers.
them all the same.
All exactly the same size. Ta-da! There's another one here.
Perfect.
Pick that one out. So once you've done these shapes,
Yep.
pretty little ones.
Now, if you want to make them more petal shaped,
Yep.
you take your flat nosed
Yeah.
and we just go into each petal. You might have to bend them up a little bit to do it, to get them, and just
Point them.
point them in.
Point them a little bit.
Point them in, however you want to do it.
And it gives you more of
Point
a
them in,
petal-like
point them
effect,
in.
doesn't it?
Yeah. It does. There.
So
It's
even
how
if
you want to do
haven't
it.
got a jig at home, you can still create these beautiful flowers as we've just seen. So that's how you get these beautiful little flower shapes for the centre of this.
And now we put these in the middle.
So these are for the agate centre of each of these. So if you have a look just around the sides of the prenite, you'll see these are your agate petals, aren't they? So you've got 3 on this one, you'll be able to see there.
And I think I did this one with my hands just because it was easier, because you're pushing the beads down. And
So on this you've re-stranded the agate onto
strand them all
the
onto 0.4
0.4.
and then just keep pushing the beads down as you go. And you get the petals. It takes a little bit more care to do, to be honest, and I'm probably not doing
you've
it.
got the gemstones on, haven't you?
Yeah, I'll do that there. It's shown you the idea of
Yeah.
the petals, so I'll do 3 petals on this, which is what I did for the bracelet. If you want another petal, you think that's not enough, just pop a few more down. This is a bit more freehand than the other one. That one.
Because you're playing with the gemstones as well, isn't it?
Yeah. And just keep shaping till you're happy, really, and you've got a little flower. I took a while to do this at home, but that's the general idea.
I see.
But you have to thread the beads on first so you can use them all together. There we are, and that's a little flower.
That will
for the
go
middle.
on top of your original flower.
Yeah.
That's so pretty.
Probably not as neat as the one on the
That's beautiful.
bracelet,
It's like 4-leaf clover, doesn't it? It's stunning.
slight gap there. If you do get a gap like that, go back and just rewind it. But for time, I won't do that here.
Okay.
Then what you do is just twist the wires to make sure you've caught them,
Yep.
and do a loop so that it can, oh no,
Attach on.
No,
so
we
if
don't
you
need to
show
do it,
this to
sorry.
people at home, this is the beautiful flower that we've created, and then you just twisted at the back, haven't you?
I twisted it at the back to secure it, and then what we do is I'll cut the wires off, don't need those beads, and I'll pop it onto this flower here, onto the one we've just made, and anchor it in. So pop it through near the centre, both wires. It's always easier at home, isn't it, to do these things. Push both wires through so they're going right to the back and it's anchored in the middle. Then twist again
Twisting it into place.
and maybe just wrap it round just to make absolutely sure. Then that's not going anywhere, and that's in the centre of your flower. I mean, that's quite a big one for the centre of that, but it's still quite pretty.
That's really pretty.
In fact, that's probably more effective because you've got more visual beads.
Yeah, you've got a lot going on. It's so pretty.
And I managed to do both flowers for the necklace and the bracelet with the one pack.
That's great.
But what you'd have to do is do slightly less petals on one, or you could probably get away with 4 small petals on each, or do 5 on the necklace, and then you'd have enough for about 3 on the bracelet.
I can see.
But it will spread. Right, so then we come back to here and we're anchoring the flower on.
So you're putting the flower just above your hook, aren't you? But
I'm
you can
putting
do
it above
either
the
side.
hook, but you can do it wherever really. Mind when you wrap it around that you don't catch the petals. Whoops, I wrap it round a few times, and then for extra security I actually go round the base, underneath all the petals.
It's giving it strength, isn't it?
Yeah, and that now isn't going to go anywhere. And we'll be wrapping beads as well, so push it up as far as you can to your hook without it getting in the way, because you still have to be aware you've got to open and close.
Yeah.
So that wire can now be cut, because although I do like to leave wires, I think when you've got quite a lot of wires in the way, you don't want to get them all confused.
Can get confusing, can't it?
Yeah. So that one's there.
Beautiful.
And then squash it in actually.
Give it a quick squidge, because sometimes they do have a little bit of movement in them at first, don't they? But once you squidge it, you can see there the strength is there.
Yeah. Right, now it's just putting the beads on. So that's your structure and your frame and your flower and your hook. And I won't do the whole thing, but I'll show you how we put the beads on, how we for time.
I see. So I'll show you on the bracelet exactly which section we're talking about, because it's quite tricky to see on that piece, that, and I really like wearing it. We're going to be showing you how to create and pop on these gemstones that go around each of the spirals and then continue around throughout the back of the bracelet.
Just add don't tend to add too many on, because I want to see where they're going to lie. I mean, I think on the necklace, because it's a much bigger piece, I threaded about half a dozen at a time in the order I wanted them to be, and then just twisted them on. But with the bracelet, because you're wearing it on your wrist and you don't want bits to stick out too much, I thought, well, let's just make sure that we've got the flatter ones where they're over the bindings and things like that, so that it's more wearable, if you know what I mean, and doesn't catch.
I know, I see.
If that makes sense.
Did you put them on in any specific order?
No.
Because I can see here you've done a faceted, and then you've done an amethyst, and then another faceted, and then a flat rose quartz. You've mixed it up quite nice, which gives it a lovely organic look, but because it ties in so well, it's not too different, is it? It's still got the fluidity.
I tried not to do the same beads next to each other.
Yes.
Tried to space them out a bit, because I thought they looked prettier. Starting...
This on your 0.6 wire, isn't it?
Yeah, I started right at the end with the 0.6, yep, you're right. Or 0.4, if that's what people want to use, that's fine as well. So
if you haven't worked with wire before and you're not sure what we mean when we're talking about the 0.6, the 0.4, very basically the 1 mil that you've got in this kit, bearing in mind I'm in single figures on it now because it's got a £20 saving, the 1 mil is the thickness of the gauge of the wire, and that means that the 1 mil is the thickest. And then in this kit you've also got your 0.6, which is slightly more malleable, slightly more thinner, and you also have your 0.4 as well. So possibly if you are new to jewellery making with the wire work and you're not quite used to the higher gauges yet, you could do this with a 0.4 then.
Oh, it's perfectly okay. It's fine with a 0.4, because all you're doing is anchoring beads on along the way.
I see.
And to be quite honest, check which gemstones you use. This kit, they all fitted on the 0.6, apart from the very small ones.
Yeah.
If you're using smaller gemstones or luxury gemstones, then you might have to go down to the 0.4.
I see.
So it's work with either. So I take a gemstone and I wrap the wire around secure, bring it across. I've put one on the end just by wrapping on the end, putting on a gemstone. I'm doing exactly what I'm doing now, which is pushing it down. It doesn't want to go. Right down to the end of the wire and go around. Pull it quite tight, because you don't want a great big gap of wire if you can help it. And do that. and then just add another one, and you're going to be adding them all the way. Which one would you like now? One of these?
I like those ones.
Oh, I forgot to put the bead in the middle.
Prenite in the centre of your flower.
Yes, I usually do that actually before I put the flower on, but it doesn't matter, I'll pop that on in a minute.
And then you're just doing one wrap, a couple of wraps to keep it in place, are you?
Yeah, I go at least once over. That's probably all you need, like that, and bring it back up to the top. So all the beads are sitting on the top, and you just keep going till you've got a pattern you like. I try not to make it too uniform. Oh no, let's go for another amethyst, because I don't like it sort of being 1 2 3 1 2 3.
I see.
But some people might, and if you like uniformity, makes it look more balanced, but
more uniformed. I like about this that you're just picking the ones that you think, oh, I like that on next.
Yeah.
But also it works well with this because the way that you did the wrapping onto the 3-piece wire at the very beginning, you didn't measure it out and space it out, so it has that free flow feel to it as well.
Yeah.
But again, if you do want uniformity, then you could even measure that bit,
Oh, yes.
the gap in between these sections.
Yeah. I did do it by eye when I made it. I did balance them out so that they were roughly the same place.
Yeah.
But, you know, for the sake of time today, it's probably not quite so easy to show that. I'll pop now a flat one on, just to try and get the different textures and, as you say, the faceted with the others.
Yes.
And you carry on like that, right the way through.
So what happens when you get to the other side and the flower section of this?
I ended it under the flower.
Yes, I can see now. You've hidden it underneath the flower, haven't you?
And then if you've got a gap by the clasp, you could pop another one on there. You could anchor some wire, pop a bead, and then you just start going down here.
Yes.
Down each side. And when you get to the end of the sides, let's just, I won't continue where we are now. I'll just show you a bit on the side.
So these sides here that we've saved from the very beginning, these are the sections that we had from the very beginning when we did this base. We haven't added any extra on. These are the ones we kicked out either side. These are where you finish off to do the big swirls, isn't it?
That's right, that's what I'll show you now. Now assume I'd anchored it on at the end, because I wouldn't. You can add in, but I would try and have enough wire so you don't have to. But let's pretend it's come from
all the way along.
All the way along. And what I would do is
just move this out of your way for a moment if you want to.
Just take a couple of beads and pretend we're at the end of the row. So I'd anchor one on, then bring the other one, and then at the end, to get the sort of chunkier effect, I continued wrapping the wire, which is why 0.6 can be quite nice, because it's very chunky. If you use 0.4, you'll have a slightly sort of more delicate look. And I just wrapped on, not too much, but just so that when it bends round, you've got the look of it. Just round and round.
And how much tension are you putting on that?
Quite a lot, actually, because I don't want it all to slide off.
Yeah.
But that's another reason I don't go right to the end. I always leave some bare wire at the end, because that's how you can pick it up more easily for coiling, but also I think, well, it's not going to slide off as easily there.
I know, yeah.
So assume that's the end now. And don't want too much of it, to cut that like that. And then I take the end and I do a little loop.
So to create this, the bit that you've coiled over the top of, you've probably done about 2.5–3 centimetres of that, and then you've just left a little bare wire centimetre at the end, haven't you?
That's right. Not the neatest, but that's the idea. And then obviously you'd have a bit more length to it than that to get the
possibly
swirly coil.
To get the bigger swirl a little bit extra.
Yeah, but that's how all the ends on all of it is finished.
So if I can show you one against my hand, this is the section that finished it off. It was the bare wire originally, and you can see this little gizmoing section almost you've created here, haven't you? and that's simply how you finish the piece off, isn't it?
That's right. I mean, I have actually made little coils like this on the gizmo before now.
Have you?
You're only doing a small amount here, but if you find it hard to do it by hand, I actually set up the gizmo with 1mm wire on it. I made my own little gizmo stick.
Oh, that's a good
with
idea.
0.8's okay, it's a bit bendy, but you still can do it.
Strength, you
But
can do it.
0.8 or 1, you can make your own little gizmo stick and wrap around it and then thread it onto the wires. You'd need
That's a
obviously
great
to go
idea.
onto the bigger wire here on the gizmo.
Yes.
You need to use the same wire that you're threading onto really for this.
For this, I say.
But that's something I've done when I've got a large amount to do rather than coiling it all by hand.
That's wonderful.
And it's really
tip.
quick.
That's a really good. I would never have even thought of doing that, but that's really simple. Just to say to you, I have got 8 of my kit left. That this is the designer inspiration. I'll remind you exactly what you've got. I've got in here 5 strands. I've got your faceted rose quartz. I've got your puffy coin rose quartz, and you've got your pre-night. These are your 10mm round. I've also got your fancy agate. These are your 3mm that we've used to create those lovely inner petals on the flower. And I've also got your amethyst as well that we've used to really highlight around the banding of this bracelet. As well as that, you are getting 3 separate gauges of your wire, 10 meters of your 0.4, 10 meters of your 0.6, and 10 meters of your 1mm wire. So 30 in total. So it's a £20 saving on this almost today, on this kit. £20 saving. It's a massive, massive deal to have that. But I've only got 8 left. And apparently, how many did you say, people? 12 people online have got it in their baskets.
Oh.
I've got 2 people on the phones, but I've only got 8 in. So truly, it's going to be a bit of a fight. Fastest finger first is very true to say in this case. 12 people have got it in their basket. 2 people are on the phone for this now, but I've only got 8. So if you haven't checked out right now, you have been warned. It may well be stolen from you. I've got 7 now in total because someone just checked out. Thank you for listening. Someone did just check out. But the others, you need to keep on checking out, please. And if you are on the phone, stay where you are because you could be there quicker than someone checking out. So you've still got a chance. Only 8 left of these, so almost £20 saving on this. And you get to make these beautiful pieces that Nadine has whipped up for us.
Just show you with the pre-night.
How we'll attach the pre-night to the centre of the flower.
Now, I did do it on top of the beads when I did the beaded one, but when you do the plain ones, you have to put it straight onto the wire. So it's exactly the same as when we attached the beads. You just get 1 bead, thread the wire through, and I used 0.6. And it's just pressing it in and twisting it round, and then it's playing with it to get it flat and in the middle like that.
So you would suggest doing this before you attach your flower onto
I attached it onto the flowers, actually, onto the beads, onto the
the
flower
agates.
bead, and then put the whole thing onto the wire. So you're only going behind once. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. I could have put this bead onto there now, but it just means it gets bulkier with more wire. So that's how you do it there. And just make sure you anchor it and fix it in place. Oops. Take your time to do that, and it does go into the centre.
That's really handy.
There's only just one more thing to show really, and that's the clasp on the necklace.
So if I show you it so that I can get my hands around it, this is your necklace piece, and it's a lot, well, it's all of the same techniques, isn't it?
All the same.
But obviously longer length. You will be able to, well, you possibly won't actually, because it's a hidden little lock here. This is your fastening at the front. So you were saying earlier you could wear it open like that.
You could wear it
which
open.
I think quite dramatic look, isn't it? But also because this is your clasp here, as we said earlier, you could do it up here to give you a longer kick out. You could do it nearer the bottom to give you a more even effect. You can have it on the asymmetric as we've got it on the bust now as well, couldn't you?
Yes, and the only thing to think about is where you put your beads so that you can link it in.
I see.
So make sure, if you want to do that, make sure you do the beads right down to that level, because to be honest, you could cut them off at any point and have a much shorter necklace without the swirls. If you wanted it for perhaps a slightly more practical day wear, without all the swirls at the bottom, you can just cut and coil the ends wherever you want.
I see.
But I just thought, well, let's have it all with the swirls and make it quite dramatic. So what you do for that is very much like the bracelet, where you've got your beads coming down here on this one, and this one you want to be a swirl, and I can't remember if I cut it. No, I did. I don't think I even cut it. Possibly a little bit shorter. Yeah. So that would be the one you want, and I didn't put, I don't think I can, could you just turn it a second?
Yes, of course I will.
Yes, I didn't put any coil on this one. I beaded right up to where I wanted the coil to start, and left quite a lot of bare wire, probably about this much, a couple of inches.
Yeah.
I took the round nose pliers, did a little loop, and continued just looping. And once you've got it to about there, you can do it with your fingers. And I made quite a large coil. Probably did it a bit bigger than that actually. Yeah, it would be bigger. And that then will pull it so it's nice and tight and taut, and that will then hold your wire in place. Yeah. Does that make sense?
I completely understand that.
So, and then it will hook over the beads. So I went for quite a lot of beads in that section between the two flowers so that I could alter the length. So when you're putting the flowers on, because on the necklace, put your 3 flowers on before you put the beads on.
Yeah.
Then you just work around them, you just take them. In fact, it's a good way to anchor them in place. As you go around with the beads and you're wrapping, just go right round the flower and it holds it in place. So that's your final anchor for the flower.
Good way. The added strength,
yeah,
isn't it?
And then it's where you want it, it's not going to move. So position the flowers before you start doing anything, but anchor them on fully once you go around with the beads. And in fact, before I knew I was going to go around with beads on them, I tried this technique. And another way of anchoring the flowers onto the wire would be to do a little bit of a wire wrap weave.
Okay.
Just a few sort of stitches, as I call it, at one side. You know, where you go 1 wire and then you wrap over 2 or 3, and
I know what you mean. So you've got your base rise and you'll go around
that
to
sort of effect,
like on the back of Nadine's ring. If you can show us
not
over
very
here.
perfect, but
It's beautiful. It's this one over here. That's it.
If you do just a few of those sorts of stitches, so you're anchoring the wires separately, the flower won't move, and you only have to do 2 or 3 little blocks,
and then it's
just wrap around the flower again, and that anchors it on the wire if you're not doing the beading.
I see. So it's
and you can't see it either because it's underneath. So that's it really. So
thank you so much for showing us how to create this, because I cannot wait to whip this up at home tonight.
Good.
Honestly, I'm going to be making this evening. I absolutely adore it. It's beautiful. Really quickly, just want to say that we've only got 3 of these left. Some people you haven't checked out yet, and someone's one of those buyers then was a phone buyer, so someone's had it taken out of their basket. Definitely. I've only got 2 left of this kit. £21
I'm not
and 95
surprised.
pence.
It's fantastic value.
It's £20 saving.
I know,
It's great,
it's
isn't
amazing.
it? Really quickly, talk us through how you've made this pair of earrings, because I think they are so beautiful. I like chunky cuffs and I like chunky rings, but I quite like delicate earrings, I've got to say. And you've just done that so perfectly here.
Let me get some wire and I'll show you. I'll do it with this actually. I threaded on 2 of the round faceteds.
Yeah. This on your 0.6, 0.4, 6.
You could do, yeah,
Either or.
0.6 I used. I would say for this bit it doesn't matter too much, but for the next bit you need 0.6 for the little S bends.
Okay.
And I think I just did a straightforward coil.
Yeah.
Where you do a loop, move
Yeah.
that out, and take your, oh, it's not quite closed, but do a loop so it's almost coming back on itself, and then just coil it. And then I brought the beads down and I wrapped them. So I brought the wire back over the first one, wrapped it round, back over the second one, wrapped it round, and then just brought it back up again on the opposite side, wrapping it round each bead as I went. And then tend to feed it back through the top, and you're ready to do your loop. Flatten it down, make it look good, and you're ready to do your loop and hang it onto something. And for that I think I did a wrapped loop, so take the pliers, make a loop, and then just wrap around itself. There.
Oh, I think it's so beautiful.
Now you could do that in one piece as I have done, or if you wanted to, you could do the beads and the wrap loop and then add some more wire on and wrap round. And for the S bit, I'll get 0.6.
2 of this kit left, and who's going to be the lucky 2? I've only got 2 of them left. You're getting all of these goodies. You can make this gorgeous design. You got almost £20 off the original price. It was over £40. Getting it for £21.95 today.
Did a little loop at one end, then I hold that. Is that, am I doing
This is using your round nose pliers, isn't it?
I can't remember what I used now. I think I used the...
To get a bigger loop, you can use the bails, but if you want a little one, you could do the S-shaped link. You can use the small end of your round nose and the large
as if
side.
you're doing a shepherd's hook, bring it right round.
Yes.
So you've got that end, and then it's judgment as to how much you need, really.
How much of a drop you want.
Yeah, because you have to get them even. So you've done one side, so the other has to be pretty much the same.
Yeah.
So now it's probably not going to be, but do a loop again at the other end and pop it back on the pliers, and I always put it so that the loop is there, and bend it the other way. That's not going to be even, but you then twist it until it is.
You can do this with your round nose pliers with the smaller end and the thicker end, but also if you got the jig, the kit with the jig earlier on in it, of course once you've got the jig, it's yours. You know, it's not like the gemstones which you might use up and give away. You've got it for life then, you've got it for good, and you can do this on the jig as well.
Yeah.
And then that's how you create your little S shape. So this is what our finished piece, the little S shape is.
And then I tend to hammer them
Yes.
to make them stronger for earring findings and things.
And that's how you make this beautiful pair of earrings. I think they're absolutely stunning. Because I love chunkiness with everything apart from earrings. I love nice delicate earrings with drag and pull down, and they're spot on for me. Absolutely wonderful. Now I just want to let you know at home I've got one left exactly, and do not forget, if you have got your hands on this bundle, congratulations, because you have the chance of winning the beautiful cuff that Nadine has made for you. This will be winging its way to you. If you have been successful, you will know, because it will arrive in your beautiful package when you get all of your gemstones delivered to you. And if you do win it, let us know. Pop it on Facebook and let everyone know. Show off a little bit. There's nothing wrong with a show off. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
No.
So thank you so much, Nadine, as always, for showing us
Thank
this.
you for your demo. It was brilliant.
Anytime. I love getting
great.
involved.
There you go, a little souvenir for
You have got, we've got your challenge coming up in
right.
about 45 minutes. Is that enough time for you to
I'll do something, yes.
whip away with?
I'll try.
I said to you last time that you'd done one piece and you're halfway through the other. Have you finished the other one now?
No, I've got some readjustments to do. It didn't quite work.
Readjustments, that's all right. There's nothing wrong with the readjust. So we'll be heading over to see those 3 strands that we gave earlier to Nadine. And don't forget you had in there those beautiful garnet nuggets that we had. I also want to let you know I had that strand of garnet on earlier. Now it was under £10, that beautiful 30 centimetre strand. I've still got a handful of those. It was £5.95 for exquisite, beautiful red garnet. So do have a little look in this short break for that. And until then, after the break, it's producer's pick and Nadine's challenge. See you then.
Join guest designer Laura Binding on our intermediate wirework course. The aim of the course is to enhance your wirework skills and take your designs to the next level. You will learn more advanced weaving and binding techniques which you can incorporate into your jewellery. The full course includes a selection of gauges of wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, a copy of the Wirework Tutorial DVD Edition 3, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and chance to meet the presenters, and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just £79.95. To book your place, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker, bringing out the designer in you.
JewelleryMaker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Amethyst is a gem which you can get in so many different colours, so many different shades, so many different clarities, and at JewelleryMaker we're lucky enough to have pretty much every single imaginable example of amethyst, whether it's natural Coloma Mine Zambian amethyst or whether it's going to be really highly prized lavender amethyst. And it's a gemstone which people have heard of, it's a household name, it's a gemstone with so much heritage, and it's worn by people of all ages, from all classes of society, and it's a fantastic gem to own.
When placing your order by phone or on our website, why not add a small donation to a charitable cause? Collectively, the Genuine Gemstone Company are cycling 24 hours a day for 31 days, equaling the distance from our studios in Redican, England to Arusha in Tanzania, all on an exercise bike situated in our Gemstone Museum. For every £20,000 we raise, the Colourful Life Foundation will be able to build a school in the Arusha district. So this is your chance to give back to a community that provides us with so many beautiful gemstones and hopefully help us break a Guinness World Record in the process. 100% of every donation goes to the cause, so call us or visit our website to add a donation to your order today.
It is easy to donate to the charity cycle ride. Donate now by calling the contact centre or by clicking the donate option on our website. And thank you.
Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Thank you for joining us. My name is Becky. Squirreling away over there is the wonderful Nadine. And behind me, looking slightly scary, angelic, is my beautiful producer, Kirsty. It's because you've got this sort of Cheshire Cat floating head thing going on. I'm a little bit daunted, I won't lie to you. This is my producer, the wonderful Kirsty. You may well recognise her because she used to be a guest designer and she used to do a lot of work with us, creating some beautiful pieces, doing workshops with us as well. She's now gone over to be my wonderful producer, and she has picked for us in this time some gemstones that she loves to, as a guest designer, work with. They're gemstones that mean something to her. She has had In the past, she's been into weddings and jewellery making in that sense as well. So there's lots of mixtures in here of all of her favourite loves, and we'll be getting a bit of feedback off her as well to see exactly why she loves all of these goodies. And I've also, don't forget, got this matrix box coming up for you. Lowest ever price on your big 4 with this matrix box. You've got in here ruby, emerald, tanzanite and your sapphire. Lowest ever price I'm going to on that very, very soon. Let's have a look at our star buy, shall we? This is your multicoloured beryl. This is coming up as a star buy really soon. It's going to be a really standout price on this one. And also you've got coming up for you as another star buy these stunning pearls, both picked by producer Kirsty because she loves them so much, and we'll find out why when we bring those to you within the next hour. So we're going to start off with some tiger's eye hearts. Now, tiger's eye is in here because it's the first gemstone that Kirsty ever bought from JM. She knew exactly what she was looking for when it came to tiger's eye. She'd bought it before, and this was very much her way of testing JewelleryMaker to see the quality that they had. That then got her hooked. She knew that we did great products at great prices, and that's how she originally came on board with us after giving us a little test with this tiger's eye. You've got in here 140 carats worth of your yellow tiger's eye hearts. You'll see that they're center drilled, so you really do get the feel of the wonderful heart shape, and they're 11 by 11 mil, and it is one of the most popular shapes on JM, I think, because it's so charming. It's ageless shape, and also it's just such a delicate feature. I think it's wonderful. This yellow tiger's eye, when we talk of tiger's eye, of course we always talk about the chatoyancy because that's often what's grabbing, but I think with the yellow tiger's eye in particular, as opposed to the almost antique bronze flash you'll get through most tiger's eye, because this is yellow, you get a bright gold flash instead. Let's take a look at the price on this today. £7.95. Do exactly what Kirsty did. Test us out. Test us out. If it's your first time watching, why don't you get the first gemstone just like producer Kirsty did? Get this today, test us out, have a look at it, because we know the quality of this, and you'll be able to see it for yourself when you see these bursts of gold flecks going throughout each of the wonderful hearts. It's yours for just £7.95 today. I've got some new people on the telephone who haven't bought from us before. Welcome, 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 one and all. I hope you have a wonderful jewellery making journey with us. Get your hands on this. It's a great one to start off with, and you'll see exactly the chatoyancy, this glow flash you get. £7.95 today. Now, last time we did a producer's pick, we did her favourite tool. We did Kirsty's favourite tool. This time we're going for her second favourite. So just think of it like a countdown. This is your wire gizmoing tool. Take a look at this for me. It's really simple. You get these two different size rods. They're sort of hidden behind each other at the moment, but you get the thicker one and the thinner one. And you've also got your little catch on here. They've got the handle down here that's attached as well. Now, wire work is not Kirsty's forte in particular. However, even she can do wire work when she uses this. She says, although she's not great at it, with this she gets a really finished professional look, just like you can see with this beautiful gizmoed ring. But also, it's so professional and easy to use. These are the goodies you get, and also, as you can see on this ring behind me, this is the finished effect that you get with the gizmoing, this beautiful coil-like effect. What I would suggest to you is on Friday with myself, 1 o'clock till 5, Designer Inspiration. I am joined by Debbie Bulford, and Debbie will be showing us how to use this tool to create jump rings, because don't forget, on Friday, we gave you a heads up the other week, I want to give you a little reminder now. Friday is Debbie's first of 12 chainmail step-by-steps. Every single month throughout this year, she is going to once a month come on board with us at Designer Inspiration, and she's going to be doing step-by-step chainmail. So this is going to be the first show coming up on Friday with myself and Debbie, when she's going to be showing you the first steps. She's going to be using this to create many, many jump rings that of course you need for that effect. So get your hands on this today. It's your wire coiling gizmo. The price today is just £4.95. That's all you're going to be paying. It's a fantastic deal for a tool, but also it's wonderful because there's not really anything that can go wrong with it. You understand that sometimes when you buy tools, if they get a lot of use, some things might become blunt, some things the grip might go, some things, you know, it's the nature of tools, isn't it? With this, there's nothing really to go wrong with it. So you can have years and years and years of fun with this for just £4.95 today.
And you can put little rods on as well. You can create your own rods from the 1mm and 0.8 wire.
Good tip, Nadine. You can put your own little rods on it as well. And also, this is another one, you can actually do your gemstones onto it. So you'll have the gizmoing with little gemstones intermittently throughout the gizmoing. It is a really great tool, isn't it?
Oh, it is. I love it. Yeah, have good fun with that.
Where are we heading to next, producer Kirsty? Pardon? I love these. These are unusual. Sorry, clear quartz, and they're your leaf shapes. You know what I'm like? Sometimes I love a good nosy at a gemstone. These are your leaf cut clear quartz, and I was just staring them because they are crystal clear. They're absolutely stunning. 110 carats worth you're getting of these, and they're 14 by 10, and these are in your leaf shapes. Now tell me, Kirsty, why these ones? She says, I just admire so much the cut on these and the amount of time it takes the lapidus to do this, because of course it's all done by hand, and it really is so easy to appreciate that look on this gemstone because it's done just to perfection. And sometimes you'll get just almost a thin cut into it, but these are relatively deep, aren't they? The veining through them really is. So the actual look of the leaf is very powerful within itself. I absolutely love the idea of popping these onto that cuff that you showed us a moment ago to go with the flowers, some little leaves.
Oh yes, they would go well, very well.
Sheila would love these as well with the tiara technique. Sheila absolutely loves leaf gems. She'd adore these. 110 carats. Let's have a look at your price today. Your price today is £9.95 on the web. But Kirsty just fancies taking a pound off. £7.95. You said £8. £7.95 for you today. 2 cheeky pounds off, and why not? £7.95, that's all you're paying. I've got for you now the absolute king of monochrome. This is your Dalmatian jasper. Kirsty says the reason she's put this in is because she wants to see more of it. She loves Dalmatian jasper, and she just loves seeing it on the show. So she's bringing it to you today. 230 carats worth of this Dalmatian jasper, 16 by 10 mil. And these are your top drill drops. It's a lovely way to add a little bit of monochrome into your wardrobe, into your selection, without being too over the top, too in your face. Of course, black and white, they're the colours that everyone says they go with everything, don't they? And you can see that in this strand, this beautiful Dalmatian patterning. Do you like Dalmatian and Jasper, Nadine?
I do. I've got a couple of strands at home and I've mixed them with red, with coral, and they look fantastic.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
Yeah, they're really lovely with coral.
Pop of colour with these as well.
But any bright
you?
colour really brings them out. It really makes
I
them
really
look...
like that idea. You're full of good ideas here, Nadine. So these are your 16 by 10 mil Dalmatian top drill drops. Let's take a look at the price. £6.95, and look how many you're getting. It's a great idea to give this strand a go now if you haven't had a go at it before, because you can see what a mixture you're getting. Each one's completely unique, completely different. They're top drilled. Imagine these as a little flower with a pop of maybe prehnite in the centre that we had earlier on, creating a little flower effect. It'd be really modern, really funky. £6.95 for you today. Let's head over for a bit of a treat with our star buy. Now this is our star buy. It's a star buy with a twist because it's still in producer's pick, sorry. And this is your multi-strand of beryl. Now of course beryl is very much the high-end family, isn't it? In beryl and in this strand you can see morganite, aquamarine, you've got heliodor in there. You've got real mixture of goodies within, 290 carats worth to be precise, of the 10 mil rounds. Now producer Kirsty, oh she's coming through, she says I'm coming, hang on. That's my impression of her accent. She's coming in to tell us exactly why this is her producer's pick, but also why it is a star buy. There you are, I'll move out the way.
Hello. No, I'm not going to sell them. That's not my job. You can stand next to me. I've never sold anything
Just gonna
before,
have a
don't
brew.
Hello everyone.
This is producer Kirsty.
Hello. Hello.
How long have you been here, producer Kirsty?
Full-time doing producing since November. But I've been with the company since August of last year. But then I've been around since day one, really. I've been
Since
around.
day dot. Can't get rid of her.
They can't. Like a piece of the furniture.
We wouldn't want to either.
They've tried.
So go on, producer Kirsty, why is this your favourite star buy of the day?
Star buy of the day. Well, when I first started jewellery making, probably like a lot of you out there, I had never imagined that I'd be able to use some of the gemstones that we sell on JewelleryMaker. There are that many varieties in this beryl strand, the likes of the aquamarine and the morganite, etc. And you can see that this strand really gives you a variety of those gemstones and allows you to sort of add those to your jewellery collection if you haven't thought of using them before, and this strand is a perfect opportunity for you to be able to do that. Add it to your stash and then pick some of them out occasionally, use some of the aquamarines and the morganites and things like that, and this is a strand that you're going to be able to do that with and have a go. You know, we're really lucky on JewelleryMaker to have gemstones like this in. When I first started watching, it was a lot of agate, it was a lot of jasper, and we never dreamed that we were ever going to be able to use stuff like this. So this is the strand to have a go with those sorts of gemstones, those high caliber gemstones that you've never used before. Have a go. They are fab.
They're
Do you
beautiful.
like them? I like beryl. A lot.
Good producer's pick. Do you want to go and put the price on?
Yes, I'll go and do that. I'll let you do your job now.
Well, I would switch and put the price on, but I don't get all those buttons. No. I won't lie to you. I'd probably end up turning off the old channel knowing me. So this is our producer star buy pick, 290 carats worth. You've heard exactly why she loves it. Let's give you the chance to love it as well. The web price is £17.95 today. But it's a star buy, so we're going to do a cracking price. It's not £17.95, it's just. It's rolling down. Look at all those mixture of tones. It's below staff cost at £9.95. That's below staff costs. That is truly a wonderful deal at £9.95 for you today. What a mixture of gemstones you've got in here. 290 carats worth. They're your 10mm rounds. Really workable as well with the 10mm. Beautiful strand here for just £9.95. Great deal, isn't it? Real mixture in there. I've got another star buy coming up. Producer Kirsty, you've got to come and tell us about that as well in a bit as well. One person's bought 3. Kirsty says they obviously love my presenting. That's what it must be. So, no, Kirsty, I'm not going to tell them to text in if they like you as a presenter. £9.95, that's all you've got today. You can't be a presenter, or else who am I going to have as my amazing producer? I could never be a producer. Far too many lights and buttons, I'm afraid. Now, we're back in our producer pick time. And this one for you, say it to me again. I see, is your amethyst trilliant cut. Now, Kirsty is just a huge trilliant fan, so she always has been, and she's just excited that she can bring trilliant cuts to you, and that we finally started doing this cut on JewelleryMaker. She says she remembers back in the day when the dinosaurs roamed and we only did plain rounds. And now we've got these beautiful trilliant cut amethyst, 130 carats worth on this strand, 10 by 10mm of the lavender amethyst. It's got this beautiful delicate tone to it, and really delicate gemstone in colour, but of course it's around an 8 on the Mohs scale. Oh, can you please stop texting in at home, please? Telling Kirsty how great of a presenter she is, because that's all I can hear in my ear now. Oh, I'm great. Oh, I'm wasting this job, people are saying. Back to the gemstones, Kirsty. This is your lavender amethyst. And the delicate tones you're getting in here, of course, is wonderful and charming. However, you've got the strength in it too, because on a Mohs scale, we're looking around an 8 for amethyst. So although you've got delicate tones, you still got the strength of the actual structure of the gemstone. It's very durable, which is wonderful because it's great for day wear, but also because it is so beautiful and it is a genuine gemstone, you can also have it as evening wear. I've got to admit, I've got an amethyst ring. Amethyst is my birthstone. I absolutely love amethyst. And I do have a ring that I wear constantly, apart from when I'm on this show, because of course we can't wear our own jewellery on this show because otherwise it's very distracting, isn't it? So I take off before the show and put it straight back on every single day, but other than that it's just rolling around at the bottom of my bag. I've had it for probably about 6 years now, and it's still completely perfect. It hasn't got a scratch on it at all because it's so strong, and I wear it constantly. So it really has got the durability, but with this wonderful lavender tone, it's also got that charming effect. Let's take a look at the price today. £11.95 is your current web price. But if you get this now, you can get it for just £9.95, another £2 off, and why not? Just £9.95 for you today. It's perfect for day wear. You've got the versatility of this wonderful cut, but also it's just elegant, classy enough for nighttime too. Oh, people at home, you have unleashed the beast now. Kirsty rocks. Thanks, Alicia, she says. Did you message that in yourself, Kirsty? You've unleashed the beast now. Oh, and I can hear in my ears. Oh, they absolutely love me. Oh, and another one. Oh, they've got a, gosh, stop them coming in. She doesn't mean that at all. She loves it. She won't be able to come and tell us about her star buy later because her head will have inflated so large she will not be able to get through the door. She says she's going to do a cracking price now because everyone's being so lovely. So this is on. Oh, this would go perfect with those beautiful leaf effects that we had early. These are your quartzite flowers. Hang on. There we go. Let me show you these round. And what do you like about these, Kirsty? The shape. How beautifully they're cut. And the price, she says. 240 carats worth you're getting of your white quartzite. These are your 5 petal flowers and they're 25 mil. Let's take a look at your price. £6.95. £5.95. Take £1 off, she's just decided. £5.95 for you today. These are beautiful too because you can see they've got a little lift to them. They're not completely flat. If I show you them at the side, the way these are drilled, you've got that beautiful lift. So if you are going to wire work with these, you can hide it really easily because they have got the little lift here. That is a ring. Oh my goodness. This is a ring. So simple but so stand out, really modern. £5.95. That's your wonderful price today, and you're going to be getting 2, 4, 6, 8, around 10 of these flowers, but definitely 240 carats worth. Kirsty says there's a multi-buy option on that strand at £5.95. Now we're going to bring you another wonderful star buy. They are Chanel to a T. They are so 2014. Chanel, Emporio Armani, Gucci use them a little bit. Rihanna's done a range for Topshop and she's used pearls within there as well. It is of course your peach cultured pearls, 8 by 7 mil, and these graduated slightly all the way to 10 by 7. Come on then, Kirsten, I know you want to come through and tell me. She's hovering by the door. So these are the star buy for your producer's pick hour, and Kirsty's going to come out and tell us all about her wedding career and why she absolutely adores these pearls so much.
Darling.
My mic's on this side, so come this side.
Hello.
There you
Hello
are.
again. Are you leaving again? Stay there.
No, I'm staying here. You need my mic.
These, for me, and probably a lot of people, are really the epitome of wedding jewellery when it comes to what you would look for within sort of your wedding designs. I was a wedding planner for 6 years, working at various different places, and that's really where my jewellery making became less of a hobby and more of a business for me, because I did a lot of commissions for a lot of my brides and bridesmaids, etc. And of course a lot of them involved pearls, or a lot of them involved people wanting pearls. At the time, obviously I didn't know about JewelleryMaker, and it was a sort of case for me to sort of look online, and I was purchasing shell pearl a lot of the time. And when it wasn't shell pearl, I was importing if people wanted cultured pearl, and that was obviously at massive cost to myself. But it's now, since the likes of JewelleryMaker came along, that you can get cultured pearls, and you can get them such fantastic prices that we're going to do today, and they really do enhance your designs more than anything. And they are, like you say, classic. So many of the designers are using them in so many different ways, and they are now becoming more of a contemporary addition to your designs, which is nice to see. It's nice to see that a strand like this can be used in such a versatile way, sort of going from being such a cultured gemstone within what we look for. So yes, and I love this colour. I think this colour really does go with everything. It's one of those that you're going to be able to put the likes of your beryl strand, your aquamarine with, your morganite if you wanted to keep it quite light, sort of your spring tones, etc. But then I also like it with a lot of the darker gemstones. It looks beautiful with peridot, and with that garnet strand that we had on earlier, fantastic, really nice if you want to add an addition. So I'll leave you to sell now.
A little something extra. Well, you're coming back to show us our last thing, aren't you?
Yes.
Yes.
I am.
She's coming back again.
Yes, I'll be back again.
Third time's
I'm
a
very
charm
sorry.
today.
I'm very sorry. I apologise now. I'm going to go and give you a good price. Don't go anywhere.
Couldn't keep her in there. Couldn't keep her in the gallery. She's so passionate about this strand, and she is so passionate about our producer picks. This is your peach cultured pearls. They are graduated. Let's take a look at your price on these genuine pearls today. £11.95 is the price we were thinking of doing it for, but Kirsty wants to quash it. It's not £11.95. Kirsty's taking it lower. £8.95 for you. I bet when you used to import them, it was that much for the postage and packaging. £8.95. Genuine pearls today. £8.95. It's classic, yet still fashion forward. Karl Lagerfeld, who's working with these at the moment with Coco Chanel, it's just been such an impact on Spring Summer 2014 designs. It's a great treat for you today, £8.95. We're back in Producer's Picks. What are we heading across to, Producer Kirsty? I've got for you now your brown agate. So these are your larger puffy ovals. The banding on this is special. So come on, Producer K, tell me about these ones. 385 carats worth you're getting here. Banding is what drew Kirsty's attention to this strand, and I can completely understand why. It's almost planetary in many of these, almost a celestial effect. She also said because they remind her of chocolate as well is another reason. These are your striped puffy ovals, and they are 25 by 18 mil. You can see in some of them the areas of white as completely opaque areas, but then just throughout you'll get flashes of complete transparency. If you imagine, a fallen tree in the forest and you get those age bands on the inside, you're getting that on this strand, but it's something that will last you forever. It's 385 carats worth here. Let's take a look at your price. £6.95 for you today. We knew it would be a good one, of course it would. The colours, the mix you've got those caramel tones, those rich latte colours, and then this almost cappuccino froth-like whiteness bursting through some of these as well. What do you think of this strand, Nadine?
I love strands like that because of the different colours in them, and I think they're very versatile. And the shape as well, that's a lovely shape to use. You can use it for big chunky necklaces, or you can put nice little chips next to them and thread them throughout. Yeah, they're one of my favourite shapes actually, those ones.
Is it?
I like working with them. And you can wire wrap them.
Of course. Perfect for wire wrapping actually, aren't they?
Yeah.
Be wonderful.
But I do love the colours in those, they're beautiful.
It's really nice mixture, isn't it? It's rich tones running through them all. And it's just £6.95 today. Let's have another producer's pick. This is your multi-coloured agate. Now this, Kirsty showed me this earlier on, and she said, she put it up against her and said, doesn't that look beautiful? And I just want to point out, it really does suit her. Have a little look. She tried it on herself before, but I thought, seeing as her face is here, you may as well use it. They look absolutely beautiful on you. Isn't that gorgeous? That's beautiful. Let's just adding a little something, isn't it? You have got here 580 carats worth of these bright, bold, multicoloured crackled agate. You've got sea blues, almost this Maldive blue running through, cerises, you've got forestry greens, you've got mustard, aquamarine tones you've got running throughout here too. Now this is multicoloured crackled agate, and they are graduated from around 19 by 14 all the way to 37 by 25 mil. Now these are described as irregular faceted slabs. However, I think you'll agree they're all pretty similar. They almost look like diamond effects on the side of each of them. The way these are faceted is, of course, you've got the table of each of them in the diamond shape, and then the faceting falls down around the edges to either side. Absolute wealth of colour in here. If you're not used to working with colour, or perhaps it's something that you haven't given a go, then this is a wonderful strand to do it in, because you have such a mixture within here that you can just colour band, just take off your blues. You've got plenty in there to make a fair few pieces out of just the blues even. Add in your pops of your green if you're feeling a bit confident, but if not, save them for another project where you just want to work with greens. That's completely fine. The wonderful thing with this strand as well, it's worth noting, is the fact that the way these are spaced. The spacing here is a knot spacing, and I truly think that's really important, because say I had a normal strand with your normal spacer and I wanted to get my hands on this big centre drop here, I'd have to snip it at the end, unstrand them all, try and strand them all back on, get a little bit angry, probably throw them across the room. Might get a little bit, lose some probably, because that always happens, doesn't it, when you try and strand them back on. You don't have that problem with this, because you can just snip on either side and you've got that one, the rest stay stranded. End of your problems completely. Let's take a look at your strand price for these chunky monkeys. £8.95. That's under £10 for over 500 carats. You've got 580 carats worth in total here of this beautiful crackled agate. And although they are described as irregular, there's a lot that are very, very similar in shape, size and facet. So do get these home and enjoy them. Yours today, just £8.95. That is it. This is a strand that Kirsty says you absolutely, definitely always need. She says it's always in her stash because it's such a wonderful basis for so many designs. This is 200 carats worth of your black onyx in these plain rounds, and these are 10 mil on a 30 centimetre strand. Working with 10 mil is absolutely wonderful, because if you are new to jewellery making, because they're the plain rounds, they're really simple to wrap into things, really simple to use. However, they can also be used for really extravagant, over the top pieces if you so choose to use them in that way. It is your 30 centimetre strand, and they are jet in colour, completely deepest, darkest. Because Kirsty says you need these in your life, we're going to give you a cracking price. Let's take a look. £7.45 is a wonderful price. Think of it as a basic, think of it as a staple. It's your little black dress, but in gemstone form. Black onyx, it goes in everything. It's jet, it's got that strength, it's high up there on the Mohs scale, so it is durable enough for everyday wear, but it's just so elegant in effect that you can actually wear it whenever you choose. Extra pound off, did you see that? That was sneaky, wasn't it? £6.45. Kirsty just took another sneaky pound off. £6.45, that's all you're going to be paying for this strand today. Actually, I think these would be really fun, partnered up with this. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Partners up. I'm bringing you this red agate now. This strand is something so special. I absolutely adore this strand. Take a look at these for me. The carving on each is stunning. So this is the table that I'm showing you here. You see flashing away. This, if I show you, let me show you just 2 or 3. Okay. So you've got, it's almost a butterfly effect. I'd describe it as a simplistic poinsettia, to be honest. It's almost a flower-like effect because it does have the centre stamen. From the gallery, they say it looks like a butterfly. I do agree, it's similar to a butterfly, but it has got a centre stamen as opposed to a body. It hasn't got a head either, which I think is a little bit... Okay, so on the table you have a flowery butterfly, and on the side you have these stunning carved wheat leaves. Isn't that really special? So every single movement of this, you're going to be getting something different. So you've got your flowery butterfly, and then just at the side, your flashes of the leaf, back to your flower, back to you. Every single side of these is hand carved by our lapidress, giving you this stunning, really interesting effect. It's almost got a kind of Aztec-y feel to it, I think, due to the richness of this red agate. 550 carats worth you're getting here. Each one of these are hand carved. It takes so much time by truly very highly skilled people who create these for us. And these are your carved flower rectangles, 20 by 15 mil. The price on these today should be £11.95. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, £11.95. But it's producer's pick and it's a beautiful strand, so why not just knock a few pennies off? Price today is just £9.95. That's a £2 saving you've got on this strand. And if you have a look at these, I'm going to count my strand up for you just quickly. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I've got 20 on my strand, guaranteed at least 550 carats worth on your strand. So 20 of these on my strand for £9.95. That means that each of these gemstones work out at just under 50p each. You have got such a wealth of these. You've got they're strong, they're sturdy, they're rich, they're warm, and you've got this beautiful hand carving with it, each of them. Think of the work that goes into these for 50p each, and they are 20 by 15 mil. Let's squeeze a couple more in before we head over to Nadine. How's your challenge going, Nadine?
Good.
Good.
Yes, happy with it. Very good.
We'll come over to you in a little bit. We'll come over to you in probably about 10 minutes? 10 minutes. We'll pop over to you.
Lovely.
Is that all right? 10 minutes.
Yep.
Let's be safe, 5 or 10. I've got a wealth of boltering classes for you here now. If you're planning on topping up your stash, this is an essential, especially if you've been doing all of your craft fairs over the Christmas holidays, then this is really something that needs to be added to your stash. Kirsty says if you're anything like her when she started, you'll be making things back to back to back. Can I have a pair of tweezers? Mine seem to have gone walkies. So once you start, you can't stop, like Pringles. Other crisps are available. You've got here 100 pieces of your antiques bronze copper bolt rings. So these are 10 mil. And then the bit I'm holding on to here, this is your jump ring, and these jump rings are 6 mil, and they are your closed jump rings. Why does that make a difference? Well, it makes a massive difference because if you have an open jump ring, there is always the possibility that when you're wearing a very heavy necklace, the jump ring itself will just prise open. This is locked shut, soldered into place. It's a full circle, so it's much less likely for this to happen. You're getting 100 pieces of these in total, so essentially you have the opportunity to make 100 necklaces with these. It's one of those things that when you are creating a piece and you spend all your time planning it, if you're like me, I draw out beforehand, have a little draw, have a little sketch, have a little think about it, and then you put it all together and it's beautiful, it's wonderful, and then you think, oh, where is my clasp? And you can't find it and you don't know where they are. Maybe you've run out because you've been selling all your pieces. It's really annoying. You can't ever have too many of these if you know you're going to be creating. Let's take a look at your price on these today, shall we? 100 pieces for £7.95. You're only going to be needing to use one of these, unless perhaps you wanted to do, for example, a necklace whereby it was in 2 halves, and then maybe you could create one into a bracelet. Then you might want to use 2, but otherwise, unless you're doing that, you generally only want to use one of them. It's really useful to have in it. It is in your antiques bronze colour, which I think is fab, because some people, of course, like gold, some people like silver, but antiques bronze that's ticking so many boxes. You've got all of that for just £7.95 today. I told you earlier that all the matrix boxes we were bringing to you today, it was going to be the lowest price you've ever seen. Let's head to your star buy. I've got a foot into Last Chance Saloon. I'm nearly ordering a drink at the bar, but I'm not quite there. Did you just say yes, please? Oh, you're in the mood. Well, it's getting to that time. Hey, it's nearly 5 o'clock, isn't it? Nearly in Last Chance Saloon. My Last Chance Saloon means that I've got 30 or less. I'm nearly there with these. So this truly is, once you see it, you love it, you get it straight away, so that you can definitely get 4 of the big 5 home in just a few days. This is your matrix collection, 140 carats worth of your sapphire, emerald, tanzanite and ruby. This is your high-end box. Now, in here, you'll see that you've got your ruby, this richness in tone. All of these are center drilled. You've got some perfect circles, you've got some rondelles. All, it's safe to say, are perfectly rich in ruby tone. Now, ruby itself is such a wonderful gemstone. It's known around the world, even for people who perhaps don't make jewellery, perhaps don't work with jewels. They will still know the name ruby, and that's why when you have things like this, pieces created on your stand, that's the type of thing that gets people noticing you. Because let's be honest, the fact that you can work with ruby into your designs, that shows off that you've got a bit of skill, a bit of a passion. And I think when people are walking around craft stores and they see that, that's the type of things that entices them in. As well as that, you've got Cleopatra's favourite. She fought over mines for this wonderful gemstone. And it doesn't surprise me at all. This is, of course, your wonderful emerald. Again, each of these centre drilled, circle, all rondelle shape. This wonderful burst of green. Cleopatra loved it herself so much because in those days it was believed not only to be a sign of status, but also they believed that it would ward off against fatalities, which is why they were often strewn in this gemstone. Also, you have your beautiful tanzanite in this box. Got a lovely faceted rondelle here. Let me show you this one, just sparkling away. 1,000 times rarer than diamond. 1 mine location. It's a 16 by 16 kilometers square. One of the mines is already closed down, and it's 800 meters into the crust of the earth in one mine, and we've had to stop Can't mine anymore because we've run out of your technology, run out of your wonderful dynamite and your drills to get down. So that mine is currently closed, which means that the 16 by 16 kilometre square that we do get these in at the moment means that it's gotten a whole lot smaller because of that mine closing down. You've also got here the stunning sapphire. Of course, sapphire has always been very, very famous. Currently worn by Kate Middleton in her wedding ring. It was handed down for once Charles gave it to Diana in her ring. It's something that's synonymous with royalty. It truly is. It's one of the most regal stones that we can possibly offer you. It's in almost every single crown jewels throughout the world. Now, the thing with this matrix box is I understand that sometimes people out there, you'll say to us, you'll send us in messages, you'll say on things like Facebook the fact that, well, I don't really understand the difference between a matrix box and a strand of gems of distinction. This box tells you exactly what the difference is. It's the same quality as our gems of distinction. Gems of distinction very basically means that we go out and hunt especially for the highest quality, the highest grade of gemstones that we possibly can, and then we bring it to you in a gems of distinction strand. This is all of that quality. The only difference between this and a strand is the fact that on a strand you wouldn't get 4 of the big 5 on a strand. You wouldn't get a strand with emerald, ruby, sapphire and tanzanite on it. We do not do that. But you get the chance to work with those beautiful 4 of the top 5 gemstones in this format. I told you that last time this amazing deal we did for you was the lowest ever. And at £47.95 its original price. And then last time we took off for you, the team took off for you £10. However, we like to go better every time. So today it's not £10 you're saving on this. It's better. It should be £47.95 until today. Your lowest ever price, £31.95. You're getting 4 of the big 5. These are high-end gemstones. The fact that you can work with sapphire, ruby, emerald and tanzanite is something exquisite. The fact you can work with it below £40 is mind-boggling. £31.95. It's a £15 saving that you're making on this today. A whopping £16. These are high-end. The fact that we're able to bring these to you and we're able to offer you these is something really exceptional. The fact we can do that for £31.95 is not to be missed. It works out as £8 per gemstone selection. So every box that we have in here, there's 8 different varieties within. So this box here of your ruby, that's £8. The sapphire itself is £8. It's such a great deal you have in this box to get such a variety and such a mixture at £31.95 today. It's your chance to work with high-end gemstones at a bargain basement price. £31.95. I've only got 35 of these in stock right now, and at £31.95 they will not be sticking around. There is a slight queue on the phones. We will be with you. Your answered in order is a free phone number if you're ringing from a landline, 0800 644 655 today. open your basket for this because it's such a great save and it is not to be missed. Now let's head over to Challenge Nadine. Now we gave to you earlier on 3 strands, didn't we?
Yes, you did.
We gave you the beautiful nuggets, we gave you some of the drops, and we gave you the wonderful overlaying chalcedony, didn't we?
Yeah, that
so
was
we
fun.
really did challenge you today because we gave you a big mix, didn't we?
But I've worked with it by mixing them, and I've enjoyed doing that.
I like that. I think mixing it's wonderful. This one that you've created here, you can see on screen you've got your aquamarine that we brought to you earlier on, and you've wire wrapped it in such a stunning way at the base here as a drop. I love the mixture of colours in this. What inspired this?
Well, you remember you said, had I finished? I said I'm halfway through, but I'm having to rethink. That was going to be a ring. But I didn't really have time to do it and get it because it was wide, so I'd have had to have shaped the wires to bring them in a bit. And I thought, no, I won't do that because I think I needed more time. So I thought, no, I'll turn it into a pendant.
Turn it into a pendant, and that's done absolutely beautifully. At the bottom of your screen now, you will see VQGK27, and that is for the mandarin garnet, which you will see we've used interspersed here with the aquamarine, and the price on that was just £6.95. A great deal on that, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's fantastic. I love
genuine garnet.
Because I've used it on the earrings and the bracelet as well.
Oh yes, you have. You just use little zaps of these
It kind
colours.
of acts as a spacer as well. I know garnet is a spacer, that's a bit of a
I know,
luxury.
but that's the luxury, isn't it?
But
It's
it works
wonderful.
well because you can extend the bracelet and you don't make it too heavy. You've got that delicate sort of side to it as well at the clasp.
Yeah. And you've got on this bracelet, you've used the stunning chalcedony. How did you find the drilling on the diagonal
Oh,
with
it's
these?
great because I've threaded them on different ways from the centre stone so that
Yes.
they sit and match each other. But
They
yes,
sit
they're
really
fun. They're
beautifully.
really, yeah, it's lovely. I love those, yes.
They are wonderful, aren't they? And they were yours today. 160 carats worth you got of this for just £7.95.
About 3
so all
left.
3 of your strands today were under £10, but you've managed to create 4 pieces. And did you have any left?
Yeah, I've got a couple of the aquamarine, so you could make earrings, and a couple of the chalcedony as well.
Brilliant.
And
So
just a few chips. Not much, but enough to make another couple of pairs of earrings, certainly.
So you could essentially make up to 6 probably with this.
Yeah, definitely.
That's such a wonderful, wonderful kit, and I love how you've worked these in together because, as we said earlier, working with this rich tone. What made you use this colour wire with your aquamarine?
I think aquamarine and silver are so beautiful. I don't know, it just sort of reminds me of the sea, and the silver sort of you get reflecting off the sea.
What about with the golden colour?
Oh, that one. Well,
So
but I
you
matched
say-
the chalcedony on that one. That's
Yeah.
why I went for the gold. But for that one, the pendant, it was the silver for the sea.
And it's so beautiful, isn't it? I'm a bit like you. I like to put the cool tones with the cool metals.
Yeah.
And I think it's worked so well on this. And how have you created this drop? Because as you can see, if I show you around the back,
It's not particularly, I just put it on the wire as a last minute to
there's
show
nothing
it.
at all around the back. But look how beautiful that is at the front. How have you managed to create that look?
It's all on one piece of wire, take it through the 3 stones, do the wrapped loop first, and then just go at the front of each stone, just straight across the stone, round between them,
Round
straight
between
across
the
the
base.
next,
Yeah.
round between the 2, and straight across and anchor it at the bottom where you've got the swirl.
And then you've kinked them.
Yeah, get the
out,
pliers
haven't
and
you?
just twist.
Just twist and
Yeah.
kink. Wonderful. I've just been told we've got a message to read out. I'm worried as to what this is going to be. Kirsty was even better the second time. Thank you, Christine. In Aberdeenshire. Hope it's lovely there for you today. Christine, you're making this worse because honestly, already, she's got a massive head. She's all these lovely texts she's had in. She won't be able to get out of the studio. Thank you so much for messaging us in with that. Nadine, thank you so much again for showing us those stunning kits. I cannot wait to get my hands on that cuff I'm gonna whip up myself a cuff up tonight. I'm very excited. I want to let you know that of the cuff set, we've sold out of those. However, the first kit, we do still have a couple left, and that was with the jig. So do treat yourself, get your hands on that later on. Nadine, when are you next in with us?
22nd.
22nd of
January.
Oh, so not too long.
Just a week and a bit.
A week and a bit. And do you know what you're creating for us in that time?
One of them. I've still got to.
Any clues?
There'll be some more wire work.
Bit of extra wire work for you. Now join me on Friday because I have our master class, step 1 of 12 in our master class with Debbie Bulford. Every single month this year we will be doing a chain mail hour section show for you. So we have our very first one. It's perfect if you've never done chain mail before. We're going to show you from the very basics all the way up in 12 months time to have a really classic and extraordinary finished product. So join us for your first steps. You'll get shown how to make your own jump rings and all the basics you need. So I will see you on Friday 1 till 5, and until then, from me and Nadine, we'll see you very soon.